Again, it just tells the story of it's the evil and the ugliness of people's hearts these days is everywhere.
This is Franky Rose's Think Tank. Here's your host, Franky Rose.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Think Tank. So we are on day 23. I'm blown away. We are in week 8 and Lolly hasn't finished his part. Go figure. So we're just waiting for court. Hello Harley. We are of course hanging out with Bev's #1 fan. Good day, James. Good to see you. Are y'all buckled up and ready for another 3 days of the Lolly and Bev show? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Happy hump day, everyone. Afternoon. So I don't know. What are you guys expecting? Fireworks? I am. I don't know. The sidebars, I do believe, are going to be called frequently while we've got Proctor on the stand and Jackson speaking with this witness. I think we're going to hear a lot come out of Lolly and Bev. Objection. Sidebar. A typical day, right? Once the defense gets on there. So what do you think? Is there a chance that we are going to see this thrown out, I guess is the best way to put it. Are we going to see that this is eventually thrown out? Hello, Ruthie. Good morning. Good morning. I usually start right at 7 on the nose, but for whatever reason, I'm just thinking, oh, maybe she'll be on time today. I don't know. Giving her the benefit of the doubt. As you can see, the sun is creeping towards me, so as soon as it starts to get in my way, I'll shut the camera off until it stops. So yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm looking forward to this. I really am. I just hope that we don't get bombarded with, like I say, sidebars right away, because a person gets so frustrated as soon as Jackson gets going. Did you? It's Fairview, 35 Fairview was sold for $905,000. That's a pretty penny. I'm kind of surprised by that number, actually. I haven't seen the backyard, I guess, but wow. Yeah, that is a tidy sum. Unreal. Maybe it's bigger than it looks. I don't know. I mean, that could always be. So do you think we're going to have the morning with Jackson and Proctor? What do you think the chances are that this is going to take a large portion of at least our morning? I know if it was Lolly, of course, we'd be looking at an all-day testimony with him. As we just seen, Lolly did take up a lot of time. I think just trying to shut down people thinking that Proctor isn't as bad as he's coming across. But you know what? There's nothing telling me that Proctor's okay. Not after what we heard on Friday. All the different names he was calling Karen and unreal. Where does that venom come from? You know? And the fact that we found out that that parking bay was mirrored. So when they were first showing it, when Lolly first showed it, he made everybody believe that whoever was behind that car was on the driver's side. Not the case. When it's set up correctly, what it looks like is Proctor is standing right where that light is supposed to be. Because there is a big difference between some of the very beginning people that we've seen testify saying that there was a crack or maybe a little piece missing. And now they look at it and the whole housing system is, the whole housing part is taken right out. And that's what the jury seen when they went through their walkthrough or their drive-bys, I guess, is they did see that whole section of the vehicle missing. And I don't know, that was sneaky, messy, should never have happened. It's supposed to have been the way it was when it was discovered. Now it makes it look like to the jury that there was a great big chunk missing, which is not the case. Yeah, depending on the sidebars. Oh my God. Well, hopefully we're not all torqued up and ready to turn off the computer by the time first coffee break happens. I have to agree with you, James. One income family, cops' wages, living in a $900,000 home. Yeah, that's a lot of brown paper envelopes. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, and then his wife puts out a statement supporting him. That was pathetic. Give me a break. Poor you, poor you. No, it's poor John O'Keefe and whoever it is that's being, I don't know. Is Karen being looked at wrong? Did she accidentally do this or on purpose do this in a drunken stupor? I don't know. Yeah. And another cop wearing $5,000 to $10,000 suits. Oh my. Yes. Yeah. Something's a little stinky in Canton, I believe. Personal opinion. It's unreal. Okay, so of course Bev is late. Only 3 minutes so far, which means she's still got 7 more minutes of, I don't know, do you call it grace time, grace period? Because she doesn't typically make it until about 10 past. Yeah. Corruption much? It's true. It's true. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. I'm hoping that a lot more gets exposed this morning. I need to get a fish video going on my on my branding. I thought this was interesting, actually. I don't know if this is serious or not, but this is Colin Albert, the one that was never supposed to have fought. Now, I don't know if they're just joking around or what's going on there, but pretty bizarre. Their evidence bag carrying the red DNA was not just awesome. Snow blowers, garbage or grocery bags, Solo cups. The broken glass that doesn't match the glass on the back of her vehicle. This, see the housing there? That's not how this was, even when it went into that parking bay. Like, it's just, what? They're perfectly willing to let, they're perfectly capable of throwing this out. See there? I don't know. I still don't think it's right. No, 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 no. Yeah, I don't get out much. Hey, Crispy B. It's Crispy B. Oh, isn't that awesome? Tony has made me up a couple. I just love them. I think he's done a great job. It's kind of nice having, you guys do some of this stuff. If that's where your talents lie, oh, I appreciate every single bit. It's crispy. It's crispy. He was looking for you last night. Where's Crispy B? Where's Crispy B? Morning, Mel. Good to see you. Ruthie. I also hear the FBI cannot prosecute as crime with not on or in a federal building, so they have a grand jury investigating the investigators. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes, that's exactly. I wonder if there's one downstairs. You never know. Let's hope we don't ever need that. I talked to Shawnee yesterday. She's sounding great and said to give her love to everybody. She will be back soon. Well, hello, Dingo. Hello, hello. Yeah, isn't that awesome? He made me this one, and then he made me one for Rex Heuermann, the Gilgo Beach case. I'll let someone else explain that, Mel, because not the same as surfing. There we go. That's an explanation. It's not. It's not. She sounded so good yesterday. Yeah, she sounded so good. They let me talk to her pretty quick, and I think it's just because I'm in Canada and she can't call me back. So they usually, well, I shouldn't say usually, the couple of times I've talked to her, they've put me right through. So that's nice. And friendly group. Really friendly place. So that's good. Well, okay. Bab, you got 1 minute. Yeah, it is, Ruthie. Isn't that good news? Seems to be, Dingo. Seems to be. It's just about 10 after. So I'm assuming she should be waddling in there soon. I do believe. Yeah, when one of us, yeah, she's always late. And you watch, she'll be pushing the lawyers again. Come on, Mr. Jackson. Yes, let's get ready to rumble. I love it. I can see Jackson today. That's Jackson this morning. Let me at him. I'm looking forward to it. Let's do this. Okay, we're at 7:10, which means she's typically like making her way to her perch. Let's see here. I don't know if I have it on here or if it's something I was playing with in Discord. Must be in Discord. The Free Karen Reed group. I don't know what it looks like out in front of the courthouse right now. I don't know how many people. I know they had it blocked off for a while. And I'm assuming it's the same so she can get in and out without being scared. Look at those people back. This is a while back. This isn't now. Pretty amazing. I mean, if they're believing that there is crookedness happening, they're going to speak up. Good Lord. Good Lord. Good morning, Carrie. Hello, hello, hello. Maxie, good morning. I know I said good morning to you earlier, but good morning again. Yeah. I love it. Oh my God, that's right. They did fill in that pool. They did. And yes, it is. Yeah. That is a good chunk of money. Maybe they figure they're going to need it for court cases. Let's see. How you doing, Dondi? Oh, Bev, just about 15 minutes late this morning. You're probably right with that, James. I bet he was corrupt as well. Seems to be a family thing. Holy criminy, guys. We're going on 15 minutes. Just unreal. This woman. And she's going to start rushing Jackson through. We got to get this case moving along. I can just hear her now piping up. Oh, yeah. Isn't that interesting, Dingo? Isn't that interesting? Yeah. The pizza connection, right? What is it with pizza? Herman and his pizza. Yep. You're exactly right there, I think. That's my thoughts. Yep. The whole family is sus. The family, the prosecution, the judge. Oh, that could be Gary. I just think it's a place to clean money. Flash forward to now, all the Albert children still live together. Right? Oh, Bev. Lordy, lordy woman. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. That's my thinking. Otherwise, I mean, really? That was your life's dream? Yep. Yep. Could be a little foul. You've cracked the case, James. I think you're right. Finishing her morning White Claw. I have to be honest with you. I've never heard of a White Claw. Not a clue. I'm gathering it comes in a can. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if that's something the feds are even looking at, right? Oh, I'm so glad, Harley. We love having you. I'm really glad to have you here, as is everybody else. Pretty laid back. Just wow. So White Claw, is that something like a, what are those things called? Like a brown cow or something? Kahlua, a Kahlua drink? Oh, you guys are awesome.
You are unmuted.
Oh, unmuted, guys. Just about 20 minutes late.
Hey.
Yay.
For the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in Franklin County of New York. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Great. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So, a few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions, please. Were you all able to
Oh, here we
follow the
go.
instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation?
Oh, is it fruity and gross? Okay.
Did anyone happen to see here?
Yeah, I'm not well,
Since we left here the other day?
not my thing.
Everyone said no issue. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case with us. And you may know why, but it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that. And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages were introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's more likely true than not that the witness or the other people in the text message thread was the person who authored or created or transmitted the communication, then you may not consider that communication in deciding that case. So it's an instruction I'm required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday. All right, with that, can we bring the witness in, please?
Good God, woman. Here we go. Let the circus begin. Carrie.
He's almost been the evidence of the court during the case. Whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning, Trooper.
Buckle up, bro.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685, that was referred to on.
You're going down, Proctor. You're
Is
going
there an
down.
objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see a sidebar on this?
Oh, for F's sakes. Are you kidding me? We're like 2 minutes in. Hello, hello, Keza. Hello, Keza. Yep, I agree. I agree. Jesus. This woman. Wow. Holy. This is unreal. Why is that brother always sitting there? Why is he not over there with his mom? Why does he have to sit so freaking close to Karen? Yes, he does. Yes, I agree. Pooper Proctor. I'm going to try very hard to keep my blood pressure down today. Trooper Pooper. Oh my God, those TikToks are so good. Yeah, pretty amazing. I laughed my butt off last night. I had seen one of those a while back, but I didn't realize there was like a bunch of them. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, that guy's pretty awesome. My Lord. A white suit. That's something. So who is that lady sitting there with John O'Keefe's mom? Is that like a sister or something? Of the mothers? You haven't seen them? They were in Chit Chat last night. They're pretty good. I don't know if they're linked in there or if Mexi was just showing them, but oh my God. Why is that? I'm going to say this again. It's my biggest bitch. Why is that man sitting there with that hateful look?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through 2545. I'd like to have these marked as for identification as next in order.
All right. If you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the same time.
Oh, yes, Bev, as you wish.
Your Honor, may I stand at council table to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
And let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
Yeah, whatever, Bev.
Yes, these are all just for identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamps number. Base stamp number.
Jesus.
Next packet would be 2680 through 2685.
Oh my God.
Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark ZZ. The second
I
one
agree,
is
James.
2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625.
Oh my God.
The next packet would be 2662.
Yeah. He really
2679.
bothers me. He
Next
does.
is
Like,
two
he
pages,
really bothers me,
2623,
Ruthie.
2624.
I know. I know.
The next packet would be
She's been in
2518.
since 17 minutes
2526.
after. And it's 25 minutes after, and she's
Following
already
that,
telling them to
26:18.
hurry up after she shows up 15 minutes late.
2620.
We expected it. Doesn't make it any easier on her blood pressure, but we expected it.
Then packet 2628. 2634, and finally, a packet inclusive of 2583
Carrie.
to 2617.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please. Thank you.
And here we go. Oh, look at her. She's wearing a short skirt. Good on her. She looks cute.
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, Bev just messed up that frickin' numbering system. Like, oh my word. And just hurry it up, Mr. Jackson. I came in 17 minutes late, you know. So I don't want you to take up the court's time. Exactly. Doesn't the court reporter have a name? Disrespectful much, Bev? Let's show what this guy's all about. We're ready. And actually let this guy speak, Bev. Let him speak. You're just doing nothing but giving them more and more ammunition for a mistrial, as far as I'm concerned, or if not, appeals. Took me a little while to figure out some of the jargon too, Carrie. I wish Karen would smile just a little bit more. She's got such a pretty smile. And when she doesn't, she's got like that resting biatch face. And I don't think that has anything to do with her nature. I think it's just got a lot to do with the way she looks. Yeah, right, James? It's like, oh my. Didn't they put some of this stuff in the dictionary too?
Thank you. Thank you. All right, go right ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jackson.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you.
A binder of stuff on Proctor. This is awesome.
Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Correct.
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And the person that I'll identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Correct. And you identified John O'Keefe as
Here we
the
go.
Boston police officer who was fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficiently. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually.
A binder dedicated to you. Huh.
You have that in front of you?
I do.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Me too.
Well, you had some
hardly.
idea.
Yeah, maybe
That the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
That's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner is a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner was a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your answer, nope, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
Oh,
That's what you wrote.
yeah.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order. Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text, he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your nope.
Come
No,
on.
that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit. Correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this 16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get finish your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back there.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know, James.
The fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
Huh.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
Mhm.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write,
Brutal.
he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? And then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. correct?
Yes,
A puddle means drunk, correct?
that's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him, correct?
Objection.
Why?
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor, that term.
All right, so he can answer that.
And the puddle part means drunk or wasted, right?
Yes,
And what Bird actually wrote was he must have been a puddle to accomplish that, correct?
that's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard. And you decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask
Why?
it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Jesus, here we go.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Yes,
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
yes,
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes,
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
yes. Based on the evidence
You piece of crap.
my office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Super Proctor, I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes,
Jesus.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him, question mark, right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
yes,
And then you said, then I saw the guy, correct?
The guy.
correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's yes
for
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question.
Shut up,
If you want to
Ben.
draw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Come on.
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. And we're still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware initially that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
0095 writes, what does she waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
A person out of the chute, right?
60 plus miles per hour.
Backwards? What?
So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Right?
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Of course not.
Question?
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove, correct?
Correct.
Oh.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that
How many
statement
times have
that this was one of several
Has he
things that you
objected,
knew
like,
we
already?
would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
what?
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay.
Jesus.
0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? the other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. Later in the chat.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
He's not asking you to read everything to see how badly you dug a hole for yourself. He's asking you one piece.
I do so, yes.
Lori.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton.
Proctorologist.
Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Yeah.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. (5051) writes, but I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
What?
And Berg writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence from that day on the 29th. And everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry.
Look at her looking
Since it
at
involves
him.
cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer. Myself and everyone in my office investigated this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Let's keep reading, shall we?
Exactly.
5051, a little further down, says, gotta be. I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then
Whatever.
5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least, correct?
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
What?
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop. Those are the accounts from percipient witnesses that you had, correct?
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt, right?
Yes.
Jesus. Are you proud?
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least, question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Jesus.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Miss Reed.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
Jesus,
And
buddy.
Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, if she didn't have an ass, nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was zero chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She was going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks and a debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. That's what I meant by that comment.
What you meant by that comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you? Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me. That's something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture
Jesus.
just to add to it, to pile on, of Miss Reed being arrested, correct?
Jesus.
I don't. I'm not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. And a person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
Exactly, Dandy. Yep.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors
Yep.
what a balloon knot is.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Brutal.
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant
Right.
with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again,
Jesus.
another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
Jesus. Brutal, dude. He's disgusting.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues?
What
that she
a
suffered with. She was a victim of
dickwad.
for years. Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, right, Dingo?
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir.
Jesus, what a pig. How you gonna fix this, Lolly?
I'm sorry. You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point,
Right.
Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Pretty
Objection.
much.
Sustained.
Pretty much. Get him, Jackson.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No, sir.
How come your head's
Let's skip to
hanging low?
2543.
Ooh, a little bit red. Posture's
On the same
hunching
day,
over.
February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m.,
Getting a
a
beat
person by
down.
the name of Whitey wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing," writing a warrant. Is that right?
Correct.
Whitey then shares some sort of a video, correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?" Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at sidebar. Take that down, please.
What the mother? Here, you see? Here we go. Here we go. Let's just give that cop a little bit of a break. Catch his breath. Do you think they're figuring it out? It's true. It's true, Crispy. Just disgusting. I can see why Lally wouldn't have wanted some of this in. So what is John O'Keefe's brother thinking of
You are
this?
unmuted.
Without
that-
reference to-
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Sure.
What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Come on. Come on. This stuff has to come in, Bev. This stuff has to come in. None of us want to hear it, but it does have to come in, whether you two like it or not. This isn't, oh, yes. Oh my God. Yep, exactly. Exactly. But he can ask Yuri medical opinions. Yeah.
You are unmuted.
A sidebar on a sidebar. You biatch. Wow.
Trooper Proctor, without getting to the specifics of the words used in the following,
What?
in the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Miss Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
Why, Bev? So she cut him off.
On Monday,
Oh,
you indicated
brutal,
that
Bev.
your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages,
I agree, James.
how did you put
You're
it?
getting pretty.
It did not affect the
cranky.
integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you
Correct.
said to the jurors.
Correct.
They don't look
Do you know
happy,
what
and
the
I don't
definition
blame
of
them.
integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
Which you have
It's the
done.
quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that
God.
integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Whatever. Because you got caught.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, it sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury
Yeah.
for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those texts,
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Miss Reed?
Objection.
Sustained.
What? Oh my God, guys. Oh,
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. It's part of your job, correct?
correct.
I guess not, Ruthie.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain
Yeah.
members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Did you testify under oath, same oath you took here today, in a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families? Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that was a couple months ago. So I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified,
Lord.
whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabes?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Jeez.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Oh shit, hey? Is that what that look was? Oh
What
shit.
page, Mr. Jackson?
This is page 01563.
Yeah, he doesn't know who he knows, Dandy. Holy frick.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes. This is so frustrating. Why does she cut him off at the knees?
May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, what a horrid woman.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
Jesus. She plays for the cameras, that woman, and she's not looking good. She's a control freak, and she's messing with a very important case, in my opinion. Trouts is a good nickname. I quite like it. Jesus. So he takes his time so he can try and figure out how he's going to react to this. Are you proud, buddy? Are you proud?
Okay.
It's offensive to Trout.
Did that refresh your recollection about a question and answer that you had, or series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir. Objection, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh my God. Jesus. Oh my God. So do you think that the jury is catching on to the fact that they're not letting anything in? What do you think? It is kindergarten. Lollyland. Jesus. Dandy. Yeah, she is so degrading to everyone around her. Oh my God. You know, Lolly goes on and on and on. And once we get to the defense, who are literally bringing out things that are coming from the superior court, it's going to be honest. Grand jury, not the superior court. My bad. It's like, oh. I bet you would be yelling at them, James, like, or her. It's just so disgusting to sit here and watch. You were meant to be on a jury last year. Did you tell them, nope, 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 you don't want me? Let's see what kind of reaction.
You are unmuted.
See what Yannetti says to her.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I sure hope so,
You
Dingo.
were asked the question, quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beeland that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this, because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's correct.
So your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts, and I have little to no relationship with Chris and Julie. So that's what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no.
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
Or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
Answer.
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And
Oh, there we go, buddy.
let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was basically being like friends or, communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a
relations.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question. I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it? You do know members of the Albert family. Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question? Did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families. How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabes. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence, and where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabes because you don't know the McCabes. That's what you did?
No.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Not sure I can. I'll ask it a different way. How about if I just ask it this way? That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Okay. My question is, you keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll let him have it. Do you understand the question, Trooper?
I knew Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Was it honest?
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3, and I believe we need to approach.
Okay. Jurors, feel free to stand.
Oh, I agree. All of them play word games. Every single one of these cops have played word games. And it's frustrating because he is. Yeah. Oh my God. Her cutting Jackson off to show everybody how disgusting this man is and the things he was saying about Karen. Okay, it might look bad, but it is bad. So why would you just not let it in? It's honest. It's much better than making up BS to try and persuade either way. No BS. We want the truth. Come on. Dissecting. Yeah, it is. Wow. Can you imagine, though, having everybody know that you have had issues with your colon? Can you imagine having to sit there and this man making disgusting remarks? It's like, oh my God. What a horrible human. So how do you believe anything that he says? Oh my goodness. He has no option but to say, yes, I said that. I mean, it's out there. We all know it. So just continue on. Yeah. She's got some inner strength. I tell you that. To sit through that. 10 surgeries in 18 months. It is, Tristan. Good morning. Oh, it's just disgusting. It's like, what? So what's Bev going to cut out now? What is he not allowed to put in on the record now? Jesus. This is just not cool. I'm glad that her illnesses are coming out, though, because look what she's had to go through. Well, not being overly healthy, you know? Oh, yeah, it's getting zesty, Tristan. But Bev's doing her best to shut it down, as we expected. Well, there's a lot to talk about with this guy still, because Jackson hasn't even gotten into the video in that bay yet. And I'm looking forward to him taking that apart, because Lolly did a crap job. That's right. We still don't know what happened to John. It's heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking. What time is it? Won't be long, I suppose, before they'll get their first break. So she'll just wait until Jackson's got him all worked up and teed off again. Then she'll go, okay, jurors need a break now. Not the witness, the jurors. We'll just keep cutting them off. Are you figuring this out yet? Old tough guy there in the corner, are you figuring this out? How are you going to stare her down now? Look at what they've been doing. Is this connecting with you? And the defense hasn't even brought in their witnesses. If you think there's doubt now, just wait. And you know what? Lolly's making it that they almost don't have to call anybody. Just unreal. He's not scowling at her right now, which I find interesting, because usually during these breaks, he's staring her down. The woman there, she's still staring at her, but she's got a little bit more puzzled look on her face than she has before. I hope they're figuring it out. Like I say, he's not staring her down like he usually does. That means something to me. What was that little nod about? Very slight nod. I wonder if they're like us, they're seeing where they call him that man or that guy, or they're dehumanizing him. Unreal. It's quite the sidebar. It's taking a minute. I truly wish, I've said this before, that she would go up and listen to this word for word so she knew exactly what was going on. Now, I've heard that's her right. I don't know. Maybe it's not in this area. Good morning, all of the Twitter friends here. Nice to see y'all. Same with all my YouTubers that are lurking. Hope you're having a great day. It has, hasn't it? I think so too, Ruthie. I think so too. I mean, the state's case is falling apart. Yep, now they're having a huddle. Just so we know exactly what Jackson's not allowed to say. Unreal. Huddling up, huddling up. Oh, my word. Show the gallery again. I want to see what that... I don't,
You are unmuted.
but I don't know the brother's name. I should find out, I suppose.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
They don't look happy again. Oh, no. What has she done now? What has she done? What has she done now?
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney
Cut him
Proctor,
off
that's her
again.
name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor, Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
I'm so frustrated right now.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, Ruthie. Thank you.
Matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone and did she have yours?
Come on.
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4.
Really? I wonder what Bev has cut out.
To tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
oh, I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B,
Okay.
as in Bravo. And Your Honor, for the court, I'm looking at page 2625.
Yep.
You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
Yep.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
Oh, really?
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
Zoom tight. Can we move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C as in Charlie. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Yes.
And this would be page 2664. If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Trooper Proctor, on January 19th, 2022, 10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them, correct?
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
Nice.
You
Nice.
interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
Right?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Well, let me ask it a different way. If I may have just a moment.
Yes.
Be careful, buddy, because he's going to have the receipts. You be very, very careful. You're not up against a hick. I agree, Ruthie. WTF. Oh, I hope he does. Keep him on the stand all day, Jackson. And don't let her cut you off.
You wrote a report on October 12th, 2022, correct?
For which,
concerning your interview with.
Why don't you show it to him?
Jesus,
I'm reading the
Bab.
wrong report.
You don't even know what you're talking about, Bab. So stop interrupting.
Do you recall, Trooper Proctor, ever mentioning that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
It was typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6.
Oh,
please.
man. Yeah, that was the interview. Oh,
It may not be in your book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
yeah, in your book. Look what they got on you, buddy. A book. Yeah, he's definitely a professional witness, but this professional witness
You indicated that you might need to
made
look
a
at a
lot
phone
of
record or a
mistakes.
phone log to determine whether or not that call was made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
Yeah. No, you
Thank you.
cannot.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the contents of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time.
He's got the
If you
receipts.
turn to page 2677.
Yeah.
Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
Then you responded, "It was fine, just a quick convo," correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Holy, you guys. I sure hope so. You won't be a professional witness much more. In fact, he better start looking for a new job. That's the way I see it. Like, there is so many of these people that you're like, what? You remember nothing, but you're a detective? Oh. Okay, then. So, Buddy is what they would call him. But John O'Keefe was unalive in his front yard. And they spend, what, 40, 50 minutes with them? Give me a break. Yep, exactly. And the sister reports back to JM and the Albert clan.
You are unmuted.
Exactly. Me too. JM?
Yeah.
JM?
Yes.
Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor.
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous, that's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
Yeah, Jen McCabe. Thank you. And the Albert clan.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case.
What?
That it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay. We don't need to show this point. You write homicide, correct?
So I said 2668.
Correct. If I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Oh my word.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote, the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
Of course.
She then writes, this is your livelihood, didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Existing.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07 on January 29th, you told your sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct? Who
Just
you're
that
gonna
part.
interview, why you're going to interview them.
Yes.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with him, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ. The party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
How did you take her Jesus Christ? The party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points. How did you take that?
Come on.
That's
Come on. Oh.
the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd say newsworthy stuff or just generic, nothing too specific.
Newsworthy, would you have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them?
Objection.
Allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would not do that, sir.
So it was not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes.
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes.
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
Yes.
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts, which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
What?
Then before you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift for your participation on this case, correct?
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672.
This is normal.
Proctor.
No. It's not.
With court's permission, may we publish?
Yes.
That page 2672. You see the text from you? What's up?
Dehydration.
Yes.
Yeah.
And what's Courtney Proctor's response?
Nothing. I just saw Julie, and she said when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Referring to a gift.
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
For my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
You're aware during the course of your investigation. Well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case variously?
The phone records of
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects,
not witnesses, Mr.
official people, whatever.
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek her phone records?
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney, though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted
For
efforts to
what?
keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
Would you?
If-
You can have that.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways that you can find out whether someone's telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7. Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Of course. Let me ask a foundational question, Trooper Proctor. Do you
You bet,
remember
Bill.
exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's true. Like, even if she did it, this is still shady AF.
Let me just ask you if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least from partially from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
Come on. Oh, Lord, buddy. Dun, 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 dun. Come on. How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? How do I get out of this? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, shite. Oh, shite. What do I do? Read slower. This is just blowing me away. This guy's so bad. He is so bad. Oh my God. Does anybody need a flashlight? It's dark in there. How about glasses? Reading glasses, anyone? Oh my God. 3 pages. Gulp.
There you are.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Does this appear to be an accurate representation or an accurate copy of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel?
Yes.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Yep.
Introduce
Get your
evidence.
story right.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the objection sustained.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report
Okay.
memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, You list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson.
Oh,
Is that correct?
Yes.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
I'll allow, was there one name left out?
The,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
At the time that you wrote your report, the formal report, this one,
Mhm.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
oh, did you?
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes,
Colin
along with
Albert
Trooper
told you
Zach
this-
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did you conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
Oh,
Just took
awesome.
them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time that they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
Can we take a look at tab 8? Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
System.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess.
Oh my God, you guys, she did it. Oh my God, this frickin' woman. Oh my God. Oh my God. This guy, this cop's just a piece of shit. God almighty. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, give the witness a little bit of a break. It's getting tense out there. Oh my God, this frickin' woman. What do you guys think? So it's exactly 5 after 9, so 5 after 11 there. So how long will she give a break? Looks like she's chewing a wasp. Oh, absolutely, Dingo. It's like, what? I'm sure he's got to be feeling it. Chewing a wasp. It is, Harley. It is. Oh my God. The shit show. Brother is stretching from the uncomfortable chair. So yeah, he wasn't glaring at her like he usually does after it came out with some of her medical issues. He wasn't scowling at her anymore. He was actually avoiding looking at her. You know, what do you think is going through the family's head right now as all of this is coming out? And again, we haven't heard anything from the defense. This is just Lolly's. Lolly's witnesses. What, save the best for last? Is that the trick? Unreal. Oh, yeah. Even since last week, I think, Dandy, like he was glaring her down. Maybe even it was Monday last time, but today it's like, whoa. Do you think so? Have I got time to start my spaghetti bull sauce? I think so. Because they'll probably give that court reporter or court clerk a full 15 minutes, I'm thinking. Yeah, I think the brother and the family's coin has dropped. I really hope so. I mean, even if she did this, I mean, very hypothetical. I don't know either way, right? I mean, she looks innocent to me, but I'm just not going to call it. It's not my place at this moment. So even if she is, just like James was saying earlier, the corruption that is being shown through this trial is unreal. All these cops are crooked, in my personal opinion. Sounds good, Ruthie. It's just, oh my word. It's unreal. I can't believe what we're seeing. I knew it was going to be bad, but this is pretty freaking bad. Yeah. Millionaire cops. Like, what the actual hell is that? Like you said, look at that one guy that came in that was wearing, like, you know better than I do. I don't know how much men's suits cost, but you said that that one had to be about a $5,000 suit. And how is this even possible? How? You know, I don't know. Yuri, is that his last name? Yuri, or first name? The stuff that's coming out about Proctor, it's like, oh my God. And we haven't even, like I was saying earlier, we haven't even got to the parking bays and things like that. Like, what the hell were you doing behind that vehicle? That's what we want to know. And I love the fact that we're going through all of this stuff, because it's making you see that this man is probably capable of anything. And how within 16 hours is he saying that she's guilty? That I would like to know that. 16 hours. In that 16 hours, had they picked up the vehicle? Had they... Yep, Bucake, Buckache, Bullcake. Officer Yuri Bokrappy. Yuri Bokrappy. Oh my God, guys. It's just brutal. It's just brutal. And there has been as many sidebars as I expected. I am sure it's going to be the exact same when the defense gets up to start their side. I think we're going to see this the whole time. But here's a question. Do you guys think that they need to show anything at this point? Or do you think that the defense or that the state has already brought enough witnesses to prove her innocence? Or reasonable doubt, if nothing else. Where's Tony? Is he okay? Yeah. I know he was busy doing some things yesterday. So I don't know. I'm thinking he's probably okay, but I did send him a message this morning asking just that question. So yeah. I'm assuming he's still working on that project. Yeah, exactly, Dandy. And you know what, James? The thing about that is what about all the other women that were driving around? Like, how did Jen McCabe and her lovely husband, Matt, no, she wasn't married to Matt. She's married to the other idiot. Oh, yeah, she's married to Matt. Yeah, no lack of comedic material. Oh, just a couple. Oh, my God. Because, yeah, anyone who left that bar and drove home, they were all DUIs. But let's just get the one, and then we're going to add these other. We got that to hold her, and then we're going to pound her on unaliving him. Yeah, I think so too. I just, So this is something I don't know about that state, and I'm kind of curious. Can the defense ask for a dismissal of this case based on what's come out? Can they do this at any given time, or do they have to wait until the state is finished? Yeah, that's right. That's right. She wasn't even driving. Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I sure hope so. Because it just is not her. It's like, come on. And then nobody can even say that she was impaired. They all say she was walking, talking fine, blah, blah, blah. So what? And then when they did take her blood, they're saying that the number that they reached, everybody's metabolism is different. The number that they reached cannot go back and confirm that she was over at the time she drove, because everybody's body, their metabolisms are different. And yeah, like when they found Officer John O'Keefe, she was in the back seat. She wasn't even driving then. They gave her an impaired for what, 5.5 hours previous? Can you even do that? Okay, I think you were drunk, so here's a DUI. And everybody else, no, they're good. They're good, you know? They could ask for a mistrial, but that leaves the door open for future trials. They need the not guilty. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Get it over and done with. Okay, fair enough. No one, that's the thing. No one even reported that she smelled like booze. Like, unreal. Did she seem impaired? No. She seem impaired to you? No. How about you? No. Like, what? Here's your impaired. See you later. Good Lord. Holy. And, you know, I just do not agree with Bev constantly doing these sidebars and constantly interrupting. I really hope that the jury sees how much trouble they're having getting things out of Proctor. You know, the judge or lawyer, freaking Lolly, is shutting them down, and then only bits of information come out. Just the way she wants it narrated. And why are they saying that that cocktail glass, wasn't he drinking beer? Like, I thought he was drinking beer. So why is there a cocktail glass involved? I would assume she is. Absolutely. You know, she's got a lot of medical problems. But nobody has come out and told us. Yep. This case just keeps getting better and better for the defense. 8 weeks into the prosecution. Oh, my, Lolly. Bev interrupts the court on purpose when Jacko is getting good information out of the witness. Yeah, I have to agree, Dingo, because it's pretty damn consistent, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely agree. Yeah. The witness needs a break. He can't handle it. And the thing is she's not even letting him lawyer. You know, she's cutting him off at the pass on a regular basis. So what we're getting out is just bits and pieces, and it still looks bad. Defense will bring in medical experts. Yes. If meds cause blood alcohol level and a dissertation facts, she was not. Yeah. A dissertation of facts, she was not driving. Oh, Lordy, Dingo. It's harsh. It's very harsh. Just, it shows you how easily life can change and how fast life can change. You know, an hour or two before this, they're sitting out there having a couple drinks with alleged friends. Next thing you know, she's a convict. It's like, what? She drove at first, and then one of them said, you're going to get an impaired, is allegedly what was said. So go home and park that vehicle, and we'll go with my vehicle. So she jumped into the back seat, and then they went out to the Albert's house. Oh, Lordy. Keza, it's a mess. What else does the prosecution have? Like, they're just helping the defense left, right, and center. Yep. My take from all of this, stay the heck away from cops and their friends and families. Just saying. Yep. Yep. Yeah, when she dropped John there, she was driving. Yes, she was. Yeah. Through life, I've been asked out by a couple cops, and it's like, are you kidding me? No, that doesn't seem like a good idea. No. I asked one cop, I said, why do girls like guys in uniforms? And he's like, I don't know, you tell me. And I'm like, I don't know, you tell me. I don't understand it. No, thank you. Cops and the HA. No, scary, scary, scary people. Cops are another bad gang as far as I'm concerned. Except they're legal to carry weapons, but yeah, they just seem like a gang of, I don't even know what these days. A gang of hoodlums. That's awesome. Yep, bless her. Bless her. When I was younger, this one cop I was in a small town, this one cop, when he was off duty, he would show up at parties around town. And I remember like asking him to leave my house. I'm just not comfortable with you being here, buddy. You got to go. We were having a party after the bar, 20s, right? And I knew that because this guy, I knew he was going to parties and what have you, and everyone seemed to trust him. But yeah, when he showed up at my place, I was like, yeah, I don't think so. I'm sorry, but you got to go to the next party, but not here. But I'm not working. I'm not working. There's nothing I can say. I'm like, yeah, I know. Go home. Go home, young man. And it's not like the party was wild or anything, but smoking ganja and people were drinking. And I just didn't think it was a good place for him to be. That's the way I looked at it. Cops are never off duty. I bet he must have hung around. That cop must have been around for a couple of years, I suppose. Like I say, he was young, but no. And I never did hear of him causing trouble for anyone in town. But that doesn't mean he wasn't sharing information. Each to their own. Each to their own. I know, it was the devil's lettuce. It was like, oh, bad, bad, bad. At least you don't have to go to, if you get busted, you used to have to go to like a rehab thing for smoking weed. Yeah, the devil's lettuce. Oh my God. And it's funny because that's illegal still in a lot of the states in the US, it seems, but yet they're allowed to drink. I'm like, what? Do you think these guys were into the devil's lettuce that night? Do you think that these guys enjoy the devil's lettuce, these cops? Most of the ones that I've met through life, they like the alcohol. I did, this is quite a few years ago. There's a cop there at this bar we were at quite a few years ago now, I guess. And I was outside enjoying my devil's lettuce, and up he comes and have some of that. Yep. Yeah, Rule of thumb, if you're packing weed, never speed. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Something's definitely off with all these wealthy cops. Gordon Ramsay went to a ganja hotel to try and fix it. It's hilarious. He was the first person I heard call it. Okay. Devil's lettuce. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, God forbid. So how long is your break today, Bev? It should be done. But the longer break they get, the more she can tell Jackson, come on, hurry it up, hurry it up. She is never on time. That drives me booky. One thing I can't handle is late people. It's disturbing to me. So just about 25 minutes on this break. She started it at 5 after the hour, and it's now 27 after the hour. So is she going to be the customary 10 minutes again? Are you serious, James? Ultraviolet light over his bed and slept in a sleeping bag? Jeez, Lord Murphy. So just about her 10 minutes late. So she should have been back. Just about 10 minutes. Wow. So yeah, so the way I'm understanding it is it's not a benefit for them to ask for a mistrial due to lack of evidence. Because it's not over. They can charge again. That makes so much sense. Let's do this. Lordy, Lordy, Bev. Come on. 25-minute break. She rocks. Can you imagine what the jury thinks of this? You know, just I imagine myself sitting there and I'd be so frustrated. Maybe they're enjoying a spliff. I don't know. Something's like definitely off in this courtroom. Do you think it's going to be this way all the way through the defense's case? Give me your opinion, guys. I'm curious. Yeah, that's exactly. Oh my God. And I hope they see that it's literally, it is the court. It's true. That's very true and gross. Is that what they would get charged with? Is contempt if they just say, screw you, I'm not sitting here anymore? Is that what they get charged with? Is contempt? Yeah, I always take the comforter off. It's not good. I agree. They hardly ever wash them. Oh, looky, do we see movement? No way. 11 minutes late. If she's consistent with her timing, isn't she? It's very close to 10 minutes each time.
Would nobody make a scene?
Okay, giddy up.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Proctor, did you include in your investigative file any Celebrite report related to the Life 360 app that was on Ms. McCabe's phone that you earlier testified to?
Trooper Garino was our cell phone expert, kind of handled that. So I'm not positive if that report, if he generated that report.
Okay, so it goes without saying, I shouldn't say that because it goes without saying, I shouldn't say it. Did you review a Life 360 report in an effort to determine whether or not Colin and Allie were telling the truth?
No.
You grew up in Canton, did you not?
Yes.
I don't want an address, but just generally as a crow flies, how close would you say you live from the Albert residence at the former Albert residence at 34 Fairview in Canton?
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications.
Here we go.
Do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet?
Boom, Ruthie.
Yes,
Starting.
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 2623. Your Honor, may I publish?
Is there any objection?
Same one, but
I'll let you publish it.
Thank you. Yes, you in this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
they have more knowledge in the area as far as useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
Wow.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert?
Yes.
Julie Albert?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe?
Yes.
Her husband, Matt McCabe?
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Caitlin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Ali McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
Or that's actually, my math is off, that's about 18 months later, is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023, is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well, is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky, is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotta told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotta testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's sustained.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained. I'm going to strike that.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Buchanan and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to could just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you, what
I
was
didn't
your
hear
answer?
anything.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Ah, yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
Is that right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were gonna make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was gonna have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
So you just did
Okay,
this.
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up, Trooper Proctor, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
You just did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Miss Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes, and that motive, means, factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. There's no one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all that, of course, from the Albertson case, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct. Most
And your answer was,
civil.
your answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
Correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed, is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages, you became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you're aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Sidebar. Here we go. Sidebar. Holy, this woman. What are you doing, slapping me? What are you slapping me for? Oh my God. Do you think he's going to keep him on the stand all day, guys? I would love it. I would love it. What's your opinion? Oh my God. Well, I'm glad that the defense is not playing the same game with a lolly. I'm glad they're not just spewing crap questions just to have a minute in front of the witness box. It's just like, oh, Lordy. What a mess. So they're going to have to go through this just to make sure that
You are unmuted.
she's innocent and they won't bother her ever again.
May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. You're aware that at 2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
Uh-huh.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
Oh,
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to get into a physical altercation with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
I can't speak to his fighting ability, sir.
Well, you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
I interpreted that as horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
okay.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances.
I agree,
correct?
Carrie.
Objection.
That what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Gee,
Did you know
really?
that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been important to your investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what I don't know what the call was
I'm
about.
sorry, finish that. Depends.
I don't know what the call was about. I don't know if they actually connected and communicated what the length of the call was. So
'Cause you didn't look.
And you never asked, did you?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you were unaware that that call took place because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't seek his phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Answer.
Correct.
Lordy, lordy there, proctologist.
The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
What
On April 28th,
investigation?
that same day,
What?
you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG. Triple G is in golf.
Jackson's got a smile that lights up the room.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Come on.
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
And then what else did you write?
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, right?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scordy Bello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but the of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Sure. Sure. That he is. You've been proctored. You've been proctored.
The reason you referred to Dr. Scordy Bello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scordy Bello?
I don't recall.
Gee, of course you don't.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had a determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
It was a sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
You'd agree that it's extremely unusual for the manner of death to be determined, to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues. about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is
that
that what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
What's this for identification? Is
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
so I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base
Sure,
stamp
it's
number?
2632.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a
sorry,
minute, please?
the face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Got it? Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're not looking so much for her opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Buchanan.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it, right?
Yes, that was his response.
Busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We would never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to, a suicide and overdose. So it's common to have these conversations with doctors.
Right. But in response to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding the medical findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked So what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Correct.
Brutal.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you
Why?
aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that there were texts and calls missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Of course not.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Celebrite extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, I'm not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area,
Not that area, meaning,
no.
what does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Celebi report, but clearly I didn't review that tab.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts and multiple phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Yeah. Smart as dirt.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe.
Yeah.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
I
Did you ever
agree.
seize Nicole Albert's phone?
No,
Did you ever seize Brian Albert's phone?
no,
Colin Albert's?
no,
Chris Albert's?
no,
Julie Albert's?
no.
Great detective work.
Were you concerned that if you seized any or all of their phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
Mm-hmm. All right, then.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
That's
And
awesome.
you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Celebrite report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say.
I
Let me ask it
agree,
a different
Dingo.
way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone or do the cell phone extraction on it.
But you reviewed it.
I want to ask you about
Dawn.
another
Gilbert's.
issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, nah, Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes,
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
yes,
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
correct.
And what
You
about
knew
you?
that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
correct.
Wow.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case,
Mhm.
who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
Oh my God.
If you could turn to tab 13, please.
Really? Look at all these connections.
Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be III,
All right, thank you.
then India.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree.
You have that
Holy
in front of you,
moly, it's
Trooper
right,
Proctor?
James.
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G. is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him, and we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second
What?
Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What?
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation. Right?
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you asked Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses in order to schedule their interviews, didn't you?
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mullaney and Seraph.
Turn to page 2592. Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mullaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustain, you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind?
never.
Well, if it never crossed your mind, why didn't you go ahead and use the recording you were?
Typically, I don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room was because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it?
No.
That was your answer, right?
No,
What did you say?
that we didn't use it. You,
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
no, I don't recall saying that's why we didn't use the room.
You just said it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes.
Yep.
It's been 4 minutes.
No.
Yep.
You don't remember that?
Not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned
It is dandy.
that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews.
Really? You don't?
With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew the
Jesus.
Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a close personal and professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
Drinking, socializing, maybe?
once in a while.
Right. So what beyond
Yeah, acquaintances.
drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin, not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There you go.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there? Yeah. Right?
Yes.
Yes? There you go.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's,
Well, let's look at that. 5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you? On July 19th,
Okay.
2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to tab 13?
Jesus.
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. And this, are we still in tab 13?
All right, so what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602.
Keep up there, Bev.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on 2602?
I am.
The fact of the matter, does that refresh your recollection that on July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning, right?
Objection.
Overruled.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it. So isn't it true that at 7/20, July 20th, 2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Again, I can't speak to any level of intoxication, whether he just forgot it. I don't
I'm
know.
not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Which means you were drinking and driving in your cruiser. Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606. Starting with "It's bad." Tell me when you see that.
Okay, say it.
Nora, may I publish?
Yes.
2606, please. Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "I was hungover for sure today!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. "Couple tonight to make me feel good." End quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down. Does that refresh your recollection that the two of you had been out drinking the night before? He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and couldn't even find his gun.
Oh my God.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right. You were in your cruiser.
Jesus.
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
Alrighty then.
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to At the
Unreal.
time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to
You're
see
probably right.
Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
Jesus.
If you could take a look at that.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
That a photograph of you? Sorry, it's not of you, but do you see your legs in that photograph?
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I could have this marked and omitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I love how she does Lolly's job.
568? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brutal. Oh my God. Come on.
We ready? May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
He looks a little concerned over this.
You see the photograph in front of you? Is that the same photograph that's been published up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph, you see the clothes, first the clothes on the ground.
I do, yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
On the
and
floor.
those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants?
Yes,
And do you see to the leftmost portion of the screen a chair?
I do.
You see what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes,
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
yes,
Pens, paper?
correct.
All right. We can take that down. You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You bagged them?
Mhm.
Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them? correct?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes,
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence processing.
I'm going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I
Oh,
brought them to
Lordy.
the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so he could try to attempt to extract the phones.
Oh,
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So
we
the
want to
next
know.
day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
Mhm.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
Oh,
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
see?
Well, you're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody
Right,
log
James?
is because
Oh.
none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Yeah, we want to know.
Who? I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that, so I don't know how that's generated.
Right, so as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As the case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
What?
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control of?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
What?
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I had found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created and it generates the time and date that a label is created. And then it shows that it's at our office in a secured facility and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and it says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, or a secured room.
Says who? Where's the log?
Yep.
Objection.
Sustained.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
You shifty hola. Hola. Where's the chain of custody?
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car, correct?
Whoa.
Yes.
Here we
And you
go.
originally claimed that that seizure took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
Oh, look at her. Look
The
at
fact of the
Karen.
matter is,
They're going to get him.
that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right.
Really?
Hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
What?
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
or received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times. It was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
Whatever.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false too.
There was just an incorrect transcription of time.
An incorrect transcription of the time. You
Yes.
Call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Okay.
Typos, button dials, all sorts of things. Oh my God.
The fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
Oh,
And you
look
also
at
took it to
Karen.
the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fairview, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
You are aware that Massachusetts State Police, your agency, actually has not one, but 2 barracks, one in Middleborough, one in Foxborough, that are both closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Jeez.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that
Row.
that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Ma'am, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Ruh-roh.
Trooper Proctor, you are the lead case officer on this case. That means that you are required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Oh,
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you were to come in, that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
why?
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
Yep.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300,
Correct.
a ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right?
Yes.
2 videos from the cars test
Siren.
on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay, yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes,
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Busted.
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's two different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes. Some,
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, looks sort of mainly black and grainy,
yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered, have you reviewed the video footage of that garage? Answer, I saw one very grainy video and then another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage? Right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That
If
was
I-
the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That
And
was
those-
your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to are the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the
Hey,
time in
Chopper.
February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
Unreal.
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. That was the exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why
Right?
didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sally port? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
For a detective, you've got like
On April
a
4th,
horrible
2024.
memory, mister.
2024.
Horrible memory.
On April 4th, 2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a
That's
grainy
that?
video, right?
Explain.
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
It's true.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, how's it?
I'll see it sidebar if you want.
Okay.
Sidebar. Sidebar. Morning is just about finished, and I have to say, I think Jackson's done a tremendous job, as expected. He's definitely proved that this guy is just a little bit shady. Jesus. Unreal. And look at how long. Oh.
You are unmuted.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Thank you. You've reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumps from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sallyport as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question because it's a little confusing. The second video from the interior of the Sallyport is inverted, correct?
Yes.
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir.
Did you make the request?
I did not.
how did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe months ago, a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
I don't recall. I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, a month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video. It
Yes.
was on your system somehow.
It was on thumb drives and a disc.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
Wow.
One of the
Whoa.
SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Chief Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He was kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
Towards like the
rear.
rear. Yeah.
Where you were.
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Yes, there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of the Sally Port, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding
skips.
that- I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all. So
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp on the bottom was inversed. Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Understand.
Okay. I
Was it blue?
believe it was yellow.
Just a moment, Ron.
Yes.
So the video you saw had a timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
But the video itself, is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes. So I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle. It wasn't reversed. The car was brought in. Tow truck driver gets out from the driver's side. It wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Jesus, what a freaking mess.
Were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Were you aware that the defense
I don't know to what.
presented a piece of evidence
Objection.
where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
I agree.
Just the other day, I was reviewing it.
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our luncheon break.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right, jurors.
Oh my God.
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
All right.
45 minutes, guys.
You are muted.
That's a really good question. I don't know what she's saying. I can't read lips.
I think I'm. Mr. Jackson, how are we doing on time? I'm not rushing you. I just want an idea.
You're actually doing very well. I don't think I have more than perhaps 30, 40 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Mr. Lally, how about you?
20 minutes, half an hour.
All right. So we'll finish with this witness today?
100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Here we go, guys. Oh, of course. I don't know why it keeps doing this. It's not every time.
Darkness falls, it's hard to see what my life has in store for me. Though it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains. I travel my mind, more answers you see. The answer tonight that will set me free. You know it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains. I think of the night when I see red, when the ghost man calls, you wish you were dead. Oh, it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains. Darkness falls, it gets hard to see what my life has in store for me. Oh, it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains. I travel my mind for answers, you see. The answer tonight that will set me free. You know it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains. I think of a night when I see red. When the ghost man calls, you wish you were dead. Oh, it makes me wanna scream when I'm standing in the pouring rain. I feel like my hands are tied up in these rusty chains.
So we are just waiting for court to get back. I'm going to I'll leave that there for now. Come on, Bev. We're ready and waiting. I would so appreciate it if this woman would buy herself a watch. If nothing else, she needs a watch and probably someone to set it for her. So it is looking like Jackson said maybe another half hour with this doorknob. And it sounds like Lolly said he's got about the same. So we'll see if that actually works out. I was hoping that Jackson would keep him on the hot seat all day, was my hopes. So Bev is late. I was able to go to the store, grab some groceries, get back, watch a video, research some documents, and she's still not there. Alrighty then. Good Lord. Do you ever go to, you go to the store, you're needing something, you get there, grab all these different things, you get home, and it's like, oh no, I didn't even get what I went for. Wonderful. It's a beautiful day out here, though, so I can't complain. It could be absolutely worse. I'm not going to complain. We are, well, they're saying it's windy, but I'm not finding it too bad. We're about 15 above Celsius, so that's comfortable. Come on, Bev. So if she's back, let's see here. 10 minutes, she should be on time. Right? Lordy, lordy, this woman. This woman. She's going to create drinkers out of us non-drinkers here. So I'd love your opinion on what you've seen with this guy so far. Is he going to, has he just ruined the case? Has he just put enough question out there that there's no way that they're going to be able to fix this situation? I don't know. It's not looking great, is it? Oh my God. Well, wait, we will. We don't have much option, do we? Bev's holding up the courtroom again. I bet those guys get pissy because I know I would. And she just doesn't seem to be able to be on time no matter. And then she goes, of course, and blames the lawyers. She has this down pat. It's not her first day at the races. Lordy, lordy. Okay. We're waiting patiently. How you doing, Harley? Waiting for the bitch. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be saying that out loud, but oh my God, I tell you what. She's hard to listen to for any length of time. They all are. I'm as much as I am not really liking that I'm not really liking Proctor. He is, hey, Christy, he is making the case for Karen, isn't he? Oh my God, he's just a mess. Every time she tries to shut it down, in my opinion, I mean, maybe she's not, maybe it's just me that sees it this way, but every time it seems to get shut down a little bit, Jackson's able to come back and still make his points. And Lolly, he just doesn't have a lot to work with. Oh my God. Can you imagine if she was on time and didn't take off so much time, how fast the jurors would be going home? Just unreal. I know, Lolly and his, oh my God. I wish they were able, she would have let them talk a little bit more about how he was speaking about Karen Reed. Like 16 hours after this happened, after not talking to anybody. And was he the guy that, he's not even supposed to be there. Come on. Oh, like, you know, these people as much as you're like, oh, no relationship. So because he used the word relationship instead of like, yeah, I know them, don't know them. We've had family barbecues. We've been together for this and that. He's just like, yeah, no relationship. And you can see how easy it is to connect all of these people. It's just, I feel we're at like, what is that place? Oh, Melrose. Feels like Melrose Place right now. Giving my age up a little bit, but oy, oy, oy. Feels like Melrose Place. Okay. Come on, Bev. Oh my God. And then we're going to have a rerun of this ish again tomorrow. And the next day. Because Lolly is going to, yeah, denial freaks. It's exactly what it is. 100% Dandy. It's like, oh my word. Did you get a hold of her friend? I'm hoping you had a good visit. Okay. And Grizzly on Patreon. Okay, well, I'll wait and see. Because I stopped following her. Yeah, we follow each other. Like, Docket follows me on Twitter. So I'm hoping. And Grizzly on Patreon. So I'm having a hard time finding this stuff. New documents out as far as Stephen Stearns goes, 800 pages. So I would love to share that with you. So I can go here and let's see. Waiting. Okay, I'm going to try. I'll try them, Dandy. Okay, I'm going to try that. We want documents, don't we? Okay. Sorry, guys. I am trying to see. No, no, no. I'm looking. Oh, probably not, because she's just going to. Lordy, lordy. No, I haven't found them. Posted in Discord? It's showtime.
We're back in session. You may be seated.
Okay, let's bring the witness in, please. All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Triple Proctor, before we broke, we were discussing Sallyport video that you watched several weeks ago. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You indicated that the video that you watched was proper in terms of orientation, but the timestamp on the bottom had been inverted, correct?
Yes, that's the way it appeared.
And you recall that being a yellow chyron underneath.
To the best of,
In other words, the font color.
to the best of my memory, yes.
Which of the Canton Police Department videos were you responsible for retrieving, if any?
I did not retrieve any of them.
So what I'm trying to ask is, and maybe I'm doing it inartfully, how did those Sallyport videos end up in the possession of the Commonwealth? What was the line of succession?
Detective Lieutenant Tully retrieved the Sallyport videos, I believe.
And do you know from whom he retrieved those Sallyport videos?
I believe it was the chief of police.
Okay, Chief Rafferty specifically gave him whatever videos were provided.
Correct, that's my understanding.
And then he provided those to you for your review.
Yes.
I want to stay on the subject of videos for a second, but shift gears to the Ring video footage. You've already testified that there were several hundred Ring videos from One Meadows, from both the facing the driveway and the front door camera, correct?
Yes.
As the case officer, you obtained and controlled those Ring videos from One Meadows from the moment that they came into Massachusetts State Police custody until they were handed over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes, they were archived.
You drafted the search warrant for the Ring video access records, correct?
I did.
You obtained the warrant returns once those search warrants were executed, correct?
I did.
You took possession of Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone physically, correct?
Yes.
And you had access to Mr. O'Keefe's Ring account in that cell phone, is that right?
Correct.
You indicated that you reviewed several of the videos on his Ring app on his cell phone, is that right?
Yes.
So you obviously had not only possession of his cell phone, you had possession of his login account information to get into the app on his cell phone. Is that right?
I don't believe we had the password. We had his email account associated with the Ring.
Which means
app.
some
So
way
you-
or another, you could get access to the Ring videos
Correct.
and watch those Ring videos on his app on the phone,
Yes.
which means you had full access to the app. You could keep videos, you could save for later, you could delete videos, you could do anything you wanted to within that app, correct?
Yes, those are the capabilities within that app.
Trooper Proctor, did you delete any of the Ring videos ever from John O'Keefe's phone?
Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
Did you delete a video of Miss Reed arriving to One Meadows at approximately 12:41 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
Absolutely not.
You will agree, Trooper Proctor, that the video of Miss Reed returning home from 34 Fairview at approximately 12:41 a.m. is not there.
Correct.
As the case officer, you're aware that Trooper DeChico also reviewed some or all of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And he did that at your request.
Correct.
He took notes of his review of those videos, correct?
Yes.
And then he provided those notes to you so that you could then memorialize those notes and your notes in a broader report that you then drafted in November of 2022, correct?
From memory serves me, the report I wrote regarding the Ring camera was based off my observations of the videos that I had watched.
But you certainly did have, as you just indicated, you did accumulate his notes and review his notes as well as your own notes, correct?
Best of my recollection, I wrote that report off of my notes.
Did you actually, at any point before writing your report, did you note or did you review his notes?
I can't recall.
You asked him, he reviewed the videos at your directions, correct? At
Yes.
your direction, correct?
Yes.
And obviously he would have wanted to provide you whatever insights he had into his review of those videos. Otherwise, what's the point, right?
Correct.
So when you reviewed his notes, did you see that they were on some sticky pads? You remember that?
That sounds about right.
Dry mouth, mister. Ole, you
Do you
drink a
recall
lot of water.
exactly, as you sit here, exactly what was on one or more of those sticky pads that you reviewed from Trooper DeChico?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you would take a look at a copy of those?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
If you would mind taking a look at the top or the uppermost top note that's highlighted with a sticky note next to it.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, do you have these notes in mind, specifically the uppermost note?
The 0041?
Correct.
Yes.
You reviewed this previously before you wrote your report, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you note that at 0041, which is a time relative to what DeChico was looking at on the Ring video, he indicated tail lights from driveway, parentheses, I think she arrived home, in parentheses, correct?
Correct.
0041 is what? What's that in reference to?
Just after midnight, the approximate time where Miss Reed will be returning from Fairview Road.
It's military time for 12:41 a.m., correct?
Yes.
You wrote a report on November, I'm sorry, I earlier said November, it's actually June 1, 2022, memorializing the times that were of note to you in that ring footage, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall every single entry that you made concerning the events that were of note to you that were reflected in your report?
The majority of them. We don't every single one.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of your report to determine what all you did and did not note?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Sure. Do you have it with you, Trooper? Do you have your report with you?
Don't you want to know?
I'd ask you to review that report, especially as to page 2 and 3.
Come on. He reads while he's like thinking about how he's going to react.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper, do you have those events in mind?
I do.
Your report is dated June 1st, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And reflected in this report are the bullet points of the times that you found of some note in your review of all of the ring footage from One Meadows, correct?
Yes.
In your report, there is no mention of the footage showing Karen Reed arriving home at 12:41 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And that's notwithstanding the fact that in Trooper DeChico's report, in his handwritten notes, he makes note of an event at 12:41 a.m. indicating, I think she arrived home, correct?
Correct.
So sometime between when Trooper DeChico wrote his notes and when you wrote your report, that video footage vanished, correct?
There's also no date on Trooper DeChico's notes. We have many dates from ring video, so I don't know if he's referencing a different date.
Well, you're aware that the video footage from 12:41 a.m. is gone, correct?
Yes, it's something I've tried to find through ring for months, as well as the video when Miss Roberts, Miss McCabe, Miss Reed arrived back at John's and they're looking at the broken taillight. That video is gone as well.
So at some point, while this footage was in Massachusetts State Police custody and being reviewed by Trooper DeChico, that video existed, didn't it?
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Why?
Mr. Jackson, don't waive that again, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't what? Bossy bag?
The fact is, notwithstanding Trooper DeChico's handwritten notes, there's no video of 12:41 and January 29th, is there?
No, there isn't.
No. What's the reason?
Trooper Proctor, would you agree that from the very beginning of your investigation, you treated Karen Reed very differently than you treated the Alberts and the McCabe's in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Was she treated differently?
Absolutely not. Like I've said before, we followed the facts and the evidence, an open mind.
did you consider her to be, for want of a better phrase, an outsider?
No, not at all.
Not somebody from Canton?
No, not at all.
Not family, not friends with the Alberts?
Absolutely not.
I didn't
At
hear
some
you
point-
talking smack about them.
Your view of this case caused you to turn what could be described as a bias into an out-and-out hatred. Would you agree with that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you develop some sort of hatred for Ms. Reed at
Objection.
any point in your investigation?
I'll allow it.
Again, we follow the facts and evidence which showed Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle. And yes, at times I got emotional because of that. And I said some stuff,
Whatever.
texted some things I shouldn't have, but it was based off the evidence.
Whatever.
As a matter of fact, you did express your feelings about Ms. Reed in yet another text message that we haven't gone over today. Is that right? On February 4th, 2022? Might as well turn to tab 10.
Tab 10?
It's either the bait stamp or the,
This is triple F, this is Foxtrot. And the base stamp is 2526.
He doesn't ask if he can look at his notes. He just does what he wants. Sounds about right.
Yes, sir.
You see an entry from Courtney Proctor, a text starting, "I didn't give my."
Yes.
Request permission to publish, Your Honor?
yes.
Oh,
2526, Mr. Bates.
sounded a little cranky with that. Yes, Bev. What's going on?
On that date, February 4th,
Oh,
2022,
my
your
word.
sister texted in relation to some sort of donation that she had given. "I didn't give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me to Michael," meaning you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay, take that down.
Oh, Lordy. I don't think there's any way to bring this guy back. What's Lolly going to ask him? Do you know this person? Blah. Do you know that person? Blah. You didn't do this, did you? No, of course not. I mean, oh, yeah, he sure seems to. He seems to believe that he's higher than everybody, even the judge. I don't like him. Crispy B, I just don't like him. Pretty much. The case that he really doesn't have. Come on.
You are unmuted.
Your Honor?
Yes.
You see the text from Courtney Proctor, "I did not give my name as I didn't want anyone to link me."
So that's stricken. That's what was objected to, just this one, or the whole page goes in.
You responded to a text message from your sister, correct? And your response was, "Hopefully she kills herself,"
What?
correct?
Yes.
Who's she?
The defendant.
Miss Reed?
Correct.
You
What?
literally said that you hope that Karen Reed, the subject of your investigation, the woman sitting to my left, about 7 feet from me, that she would just die, correct?
The figure of speech.
You wanted her to, the figure of speech is you wanted her to kill herself,
No.
right?
No, it's not.
Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed, in your investigation, had quickly become a very serious problem for you, hadn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you believe
Why?
that Karen Reed was a problem or an issue for your investigation?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, absolutely not.
In your words, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP. That's what you texted on January 29th, right?
Yes.
That put a lot of pressure on you, didn't it, Trooper Proctor?
There's a lot of pressure in every case, sir.
This case involves
Whatever.
a Boston cop whose family you are actually connected to, correct?
Loosely.
Chris Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Julie Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Colin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Kevin Albert, loosely.
Yes.
Loose enough to leave his badge and his gun in your cruiser when after a night of drinking, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's true, though. Don't let the
You
truth down.
agreed
That
in
would
your
be
group
bad.
chat that you needed to, quote, make this cut and dry because another cop was involved. Those are your words, right?
Objection.
Where is this?
This was referred to in earlier text messages, group chats this morning.
So is that right? Did you say that, sir?
I did text that. I don't know if it's in the exact context. But yes, those were my words.
Group chat.
Yes, that was in the group chat.
Your friends wrote this whole thing in their words, stinks, correct?
Correct?
Yes, I interpret that as a joke.
You believed, Trooper Proctor,
Oh, you're
that
funny.
your life would be much easier if Karen Reed was just dead, didn't you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No. Like I said, it was a figure of speech. My emotions got the best of me based on, the fact that Miss Reed hit Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him to die on the side of the road. So my emotions got the best of me with
Whatever.
that figure of speech.
Is
We're
that
going to
what
talk
you
about
got?
your figures of speech. During the course of your investigation, your figures of speech include the following. She's a bitch.
Objection.
Is that right?
Yes.
A whack job, correct?
Yes.
A retard, right?
Yes.
Her balloon knot leaks, right?
Yes.
No ass, correct?
Yes.
She's fucked, according to you, right?
Yes.
Ass leaker. That was the word you used, a figure of speech, right?
Correct.
A girl who shits herself, right?
Correct.
And then fuck her, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree, Trooper Proctor, that you have dehumanized Karen Reed during the course of your investigation with comments and words like this?
Objection.
I'll give you this one, Mr. Jackson.
Would you agree with that?
I would say based off that language, yes.
And you admitted in your own words that the cop homeowner wasn't going to, quote, catch any shit, right?
Correct.
Because you were out to quote, make this cut and dry. Isn't that right?
The homeowner wasn't going to catch any shit because Mr. Elba had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
Because
you
you
know
were going to
that?
make sure that the case was cut and dry. Those were your words, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And Trooper Proctor, it would be far easier for you to pin it on the girl who's just a whack job cunt, in your words, who you hope just kills herself, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Shame on you, sir.
Objection.
All right, so jurors, disregard that. I've told you before, lawyers can't make comments. They can ask questions. And Mr. Jackson, you know better than
I
that.
understand. That's all I have.
Mr. Lally?
Thank you.
True. Yep. Good job, Jackson. Good job. Oh, look at him. He's red. Oh, la. Look at how red Lally is. He's going to have a heart attack. Oh, Lordy. No. His wife's statements is
Good afternoon, sir.
ridiculous. Yes, he should. Shame on you. Good job. Good
Now,
job.
When you had started with cross-examination the other day,
You know
you
what red
asked
lolly
questions
is?
about whether or not
The lolly
in August
lobster.
of 2022, you disliked or did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
That's correct.
Why was that?
Well, basically, he stood up in open court and spouted lie after lie about me, called me corrupt and conflicted, dragged my name through the mud after I spent 10 plus years without a single complaint filed against me. And he had no basis or no facts of these wild accusations because there are none. This investigation was done with the utmost integrity, not just by me, but my supervisors and other troopers in my office, as well as Mr. Yannetti shows up at my sister's school yesterday in the parking lot where he's not welcomed or where people are not supposed to be, with one of their witnesses and their private investigator. And a teacher sees this, informs Mr. Yannetti that he can't be there, and instead of saying okay and leaving, he asks, is Courtney Proctor in the building? Does she work here? She calls me to see if she was being served.
Objection. Can we approach?
Yes.
Well, 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 well. Why can she not be served? Why couldn't she not be served? Yeah. Oh la la. I think you're right, Dandy. I think you're right. And anybody is allowed in the parking lot. Is that not true? Like if you're waiting for someone, are you not allowed to wait in the parking lot? Is that what he's trying to say? Yep. Oh, there we go. There we go. What has he done now? They're not going to let Proctor get away with ish. Yep. Sounds like they were going to probably subpoena her for court. Oh, look at her. Look at that. Yeah, looked like they put the jury out. I don't know. Wally doesn't like anything that's coming out right now, and I don't blame him because this is foolish. She does, Carrie. I agree. She wants to smile big. So how come those two people are sitting on the side of the tape? I don't understand. I don't understand how they've got everything arranged in there. We'll just put some black tape here, and that's for what? Strange as kangaroo court. We should give her parents a nice big smile. And are you not allowed to go there to serve papers? Like what? I mean, maybe not walk into the classroom, but she is. She's doing really well, Harley. Yep, it is. The whole case is compromised. I agree, Dandy. Oh my God, this woman. Oh my word. So he was bitching about Yannetti long before him going to the school to serve her with papers. Right? Ooh, look at that cranky one at the very back. Ooh. Okay, I recognize him. Is he court TV? Or is he law and crime? I think he's one or the other. No idea who these humans are. Spock. Oh, there we go. There's Turtle Boy. I thought that was him sitting in there. Yeah, those are the reporters. Looks like Aiden's in there. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, good question. So yeah, that's Turtle Boy sitting there at the very end. Sitting by the bald guy. He's not looking very big in there, is he? He's like not looking big at all. So what, is Lolly gonna ask him questions while the jurors are out? Oh, another reporter sitting by Turtle Boy. I want to know why he's actually in there, though, versus some other media that's got social media, that's got larger followers and maybe not as out there. Because you know that there's a lot more that want to be there.
Words or spellings.
Words or spelling is important. Lolly, what are you doing, dude? What's going on here, do you think? What's going on?
You are unmuted.
Keep rise for the jury.
Yeah, he's beat red. Lollygagging again, exactly. Well, it looks like Jackson's smiling, so not sure what that means.
Thank you. You may be seated. Close back in session.
Witness 2, please.
Jurors, I am striking that last answer. It was probably a partial answer cut off. I'm striking it completely, disregard it. If you took notes, cross the notes out. You're not to consider it in any way. It is completely stricken from the record.
Okay, there you go.
And Trooper, I'd suggest you listen to the question being asked of you before you answer it.
My apologies, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Oh, not happy.
Proctor, let me try that again. As far as you were asked about text messages that occurred in August of 2022 in which you indicated that you did not like Mr. Yannetti, correct?
Correct.
And so at the time of that text message, it was sent in August of 2022. Why was that?
In August of 2022. Why was that?
Yes.
The reasons I laid out, the false accusations of being conflicted and corrupt spouted in an open court, which there's zero evidence of.
You don't think so?
I stand by the integrity of this investigation, as well as every trooper and supervisor in my office.
That's
were there also motions
wonderful
filed by Mr. Yannetti or by counsel containing photographs of yourself and some children?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were the allegations in regard to the children that were depicted in those photographs?
So the photograph was taken in my parents' backyard.
Objections overruled.
My parents' backyard at a pool party. There's some little kids in the photo. Defense counsel kept insinuating that those were the McCabe's children, when in fact they were my family, my cousins.
Have you at any point in time ever met any children of the McCabe's?
No, sir.
In the course of this investigation, as it was sort of alleged on cross-examination, did you essentially pick a suspect and then try to have the evidence fit that?
Objection. Form, meeting. In that form, it's stricken. Not allowed to ask if that way, Mr. Lally.
How did you conduct this investigation, you and the other troopers in your office?
badly.
From the start of this investigation with an open mind. Like I said earlier, we didn't know what we had, possible medical. So as the day went on and we collected more evidence and developed compelling evidence against Ms. Reed.
How?
Now, with reference to this investigation, it continued after January 29th, 2022, when you had those text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
Was there additional information that you compiled over the course of that investigation following January 29th, 2022?
I'm sorry, say that again, please.
Following that date of those text messages on January 29th, 2022,
Yes.
Was there additional information that was gathered over the course of your investigation by yourself or other troopers involved in the investigation?
Yes.
And from that additional information that was gathered, what, if any, information that was gathered throughout the course of the investigation indicated that anyone besides Ms. Reed had anything to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death?
All the information gathered after that date indicated no one else was responsible for Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And sir, you were asked some questions.
Did you go in the house?
About,
Did you talk to the
testimony
witnesses?
and shown specifically
Did you find out there are no
05
witnesses?
01563, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You want to approach?
Yes.
Oh. Lolly, why are you even trying now? Why?
Well, sir, I'm giving you 01562, 63, and 64, and ask you to read those and look up.
Oh my God. What a dickwad.
What were the numbers again, Mr. Lally?
1562, 63, and 64.
Thank
I agree. And neither does the whole Canton cop shop. Like, he can't fix this. Lolly, you can't fix this, dude. Oh, yeah. It's long days hanging out with this courtroom. It's long days. I mean, it's like banging your head against a cement wall. Like, what? Yeah, he can try, but great witness, Lolly. The guy's a dipshit. Purple helmet. Two purple helmets. Well, he can try to lessen the blow. I don't even know why Lolly's like, why didn't you just say, I have nothing, Your Honor? Because Jackson's going to come back with
Yes.
defense, or sorry, the state.
On those 3 pages, is there now more context to what you were just asked about on one specific page of that?
Lally for the Commonwealth.
Yes.
And those were questions related to what you had told and what you had informed other people within the office or your supervisors in relation to relationships with both the McCabe's and the office, correct?
Correct.
And in the course of that testimony, did you relay to that body the same testimony you just relayed to this jury in regard to photographs of children and defense counsel attributing those to being the McCabe's children, which they were not?
Yes.
Now, we were asked some questions.
I didn't see any pictures.
By Mr. Jackson in regard to what you knew or why your focus was not on Brian Alberts later on in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And why was that? Why was your focus not on Brian Albert at that time?
There was just no evidence that Mr. Al was involved anyway. Like I said before, the from witness interviews, the statements Ms. Reed provided to witnesses, the one shoe left at the scene, the taillight pieces found underneath the snow that were dug out by the CERT team, the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, the one shoe at the hospital that was observed, her statements to us, Sergeant Mechanic and I, while we interviewed her, clearly the broken taillight and the fact that
16 hours?
leaving Brockton,
No.
instead of going to Dighton,
No.
she backtracked to go to Canton to retrieve her vehicle and then go double back to go to Dighton, which I found odd.
Of course you did.
Now, if
What?
at any
All you
point in time
got?
over the course of your investigation you had evidence which led you to believe that Mr. Albert was involved in the death of Mr. O'Keefe, what would you have done?
Objection. Ask it differently.
With regard to, again, you testified beyond January 29th. At any point in your investigation, did you find any information or evidence leading you to believe that Brian Albert was involved in the death of John O'Keefe?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
Now, if you had found information leading to that conclusion or evidence leading to that, what would you have done?
Objection. Then we'll allow it.
Not only myself, but members of my office would have pursued that.
Bullshit.
Regardless of his position, correct?
Regardless of what he does for a profession.
Bullshit.
You want me to approach?
Yes.
It's true, James. Oh my God. Your witness is done. He's toast, Lolly.
My apologies, John.
I apologize. I'm not ready for my job again.
You,
Great minds think alike.
That is text communications between me and my high school buddies.
and sir, if I could direct your attention within there to page 2535.
Yes, sir.
You were asked some questions about text on that page, but also there's a text on that page that begins with, they arrived at house together, correct?
Correct.
And what is the date and time associated with that text message that you sent?
That was sent on January 29th, 2022 at 11 p.m.
And what is the content, or what did you send to that group, that text message?
The message reads, they arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
How do you know if they were arguing? Were you in
So
the
that's also
freaking car?
information that you had late
Sorry.
in the evening of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Sorry.
Form that's sustained.
With respect to that information you conveyed in that text message, when did you learn that?
During the course of the day on the 29th.
Why are you telling your buddies?
Yes.
Isn't this confidential? Are you going to have a job after this, sir? I sure hope not. It is. I mean, I'm going to try and avoid the F-bombs, but oh my
Now,
God.
we're asking questions about people that you spoke to on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
And that included Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Kerry Roberts, is that correct?
Trooper DeChico
exactly
and Trooper
right.
Dunn interviewed Miss Roberts.
And my apologies. When I was saying you, I meant collectively.
Yes.
But you specifically yourself and Sergeant Mechanic, you also spoke with the defendant on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been prior to any of the text communications that were contained within that chat with your friends, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you something about
James,
charging
I
decisions.
know.
Is that something that you make in this case or any case?
I don't make any charging decisions. We're essentially fact finders.
So as
Or
far as
bullshit
what Ms.
creators.
Reed was charged with or when she was charged with it, that's not something that's within your purview, correct?
No, not at all.
Bullshit.
Now, specifically, you were asked some questions about some text messages between yourself and Trooper Chico in regard to the medical exam, correct?
Correct.
And those occurred in
Correct.
April 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant Ms. Reed charged with murder in April of 2022?
Objection. I'll allow it.
No.
That wasn't until June of 2022, correct?
It's correct.
And that was at the conclusion of the grand jury, is that correct?
Objection. Sustained.
And you're aware that there was a grand jury in this case, correct?
Objection.
I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Yes.
Answer that.
And are you aware of certain witnesses that testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Sporty Bello testified at the grand jury?
Objection. I'll allow that.
Yes.
What?
And so false reason then that the defendant wasn't charged with murder until after the grand jury concluded and Dr. Sporty Bello had testified before that grand jury, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Now, the Albert family that you were familiar with some members of, that's not an entity, correct?
No.
Individual members of a family, some you know, some you may not, correct?
Objection. Sustained. Watch your phone, Mr. Mayor.
Certainly are. How many members of the Albert family did you know when you started this investigation in January, or when you received this call on January 29th, 2022?
Julie, Chris Albert, Colin, and Kevin Albert.
Oh,
Now,
there you go.
we're asking questions about interviewing Julie Albert and Chris Albert at their home on February 10th.
4 of them.
correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that date, have you ever been to that
There's a
home
lot in
prior to
my
February
mind.
10th?
I'd not been to that. That's kind of their new home. I'd never been to their new home or the previous home either.
Now, as far as conversations with either Julie or Chris Albert, when was the last time you talked to them before you interviewed them on February 10th?
I believe I'd reached out to Julie to coordinate the interview, but prior to this case, there was that one random text message she sent me and my sister when I was going on a family ski trip. They weren't a part of it. She wanted me to take a video of my sister skiing, but
That was in February 2022.
yeah,
Yeah.
So what
Yes.
my question is prior to February 10th, 2022, prior to any arrangements to schedule an interview for February 10th, when was the last time that you spoke to either Julie Albert or Chris Albert, if you know?
I don't know. I can't remember.
I can't remember.
Now, with regard to that text message in regard to skiing in late February 2022, you were shown that text message, correct?
Yes.
Was there any response from you?
No.
Did you have any further communication with Julie Albert after that interview on January 29th, 2022? related to this investigation?
I recall the serving her for grand jury. I know she wanted to kind of have an idea of what the process was like. So there's communications regarding that.
And was that something that was solely done with Julie Albert or other witnesses, or what?
All the witnesses that were called in the grand jury, it's unusual for, the majority of civilians to be called in the grand jury. So they obviously have questions about the process.
And you're the one to help.
Now, as far as
Awesome.
babysitting for your children, is that something that Julie Albert ever did?
No.
And as far as those text communications between yourself and your sister regarding that, is that something that you had asked for, or something that your sister had suggested?
Yeah, my sister had suggested that. We never followed up with having Julie watch my kids.
Now, you were asked some questions about text messages with your sister Courtney, correct?
Correct.
And I believe a couple times you would use the term, well, let me ask you this first. With regard to from January 29th throughout at least January, February 2022, this was this case became something that was on the news on a fairly regular basis, correct?
News and social media, yes.
And so when you were using the term in describing what you spoke to your sister about as far as newsworthy, what did you mean by that?
My sister lives in Canton, so there's a lot of, as well on the news and social media stuff that was being discussed in those platforms.
Now, as far as the discussions that you had with regard to your sister, how would you describe or how would you characterize the type of information that you shared with her, if any?
Just general information, nothing specific about the case.
You were also asked about a specific text from your sister on January 30th. It started out with, I believe it was Jesus Christ. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in reference to the body of Mr. O'Keefe being found on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
Correct.
And so she's asking you about that on January 30th, correct?
Yes.
So fair to reason that that wasn't something that you shared with her prior to January 30th, correct?
Correct.
And something that you hadn't shared with her at all at that point that you received that text communication, correct?
Correct.
Sustain your steam form. Watch how you ask these questions, Mr. Lally, as your witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to that information, as far as who the homeowner was, what, if anything, had you shared with your sister Courtney prior to you receiving that text from her, indicating her knowledge?
Yeah, I don't recall sharing anything with in regards to the homeowner.
Now, in regard to any issues of a gift or request for a gift, how would you characterize that? Was that serious? Was that in jest? How would you characterize that?
I didn't take.
I'll allow it.
I didn't take that offer seriously. And as I had mentioned, I believe on Monday, that I didn't ask for a gift. I never received one. I kind of said, get my wife a gift. She had been home about 10 straight nights with the boys. We had another homicide a week before. So that was my response, get Elizabeth one.
No
She
presents.
never received one.
No presents.
Now, you were asked some questions about Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
And as far as what, if any, information did you have as far as Colin Albert and his being at 34 Fairview at the same time as anyone from coming back from the waterfall?
It was my understanding Colin arrived later on to just see his cousin's birthday. He didn't stay that long, maybe an hour, a little over an hour. And as he was leaving, I think he ran into his aunt and uncle as his ride, had a ride out front and left at sometime around 12:10 a.m.
Was that information that you had prior to your interview with Colin Albert?
We knew Colin wasn't at the house. The timing was provided by Colin.
And at any point in time in your investigation, what, if any, evidence did you ever receive that Colin Albert was at 34 Fairview at the same time as Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant?
Based on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone location data using his Waze app, Colin Albert is leaving around like 12:10 a.m. Mr. O'Keefe is about a half a mile away at 12:20 a.m. So they did not
Look
cross
at how he
paths.
remembers all of this stuff. Look at how
Mr.
he
Jackson was
remembers
asking about some people,
to the minute.
as far as interviews or later in October or so of 2022 or beyond. You were given 5 names as far as Brian Albert Jr., Julie Nagel, Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Ms. Levinson, and Colin Albert, correct?
Yes.
And then you were asked about 3 people that you had interviewed, and then were asked if there was only 1 person left, that being Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
That math match up as far as 5 people, 3 given, and only 1 person not interviewed?
No.
Now, with reference to Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba, to your knowledge, have they been interviewed at any point in time?
No.
And why not?
They weren't present for when the adults had arrived back from the waterfall.
So they had left 34 Fairview, like Colin Albert, prior to the waterfall people coming in.
Objection. Sustained is that form.
What, if any, information did you have with regards to the whereabouts of Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, Ms. Alba, and Colin Albert in relation to 34 Fairview and the arrival of people from the waterfall?
They had left the residence.
So, with respect to Colin Albert, why was it that he was interviewed and not Ms. Kent, Ms. Fabiano, and Ms. Alba?
Colin was falsely accused of.
Objection. Can you answer that same question Mr. Lally asked you differently?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead. Answer it.
Colin was the subject of a third-party culprit that had no evidence to back that up.
Objection. I'm going to allow that.
That had no evidence to back that up, that he was involved whatsoever. My office and myself felt the need to interview Colin, sit him down, and get his story, his facts of that evening. So that's why we interviewed him at that date and time later on.
Wow.
And when you say we, do you recall who was present with you when you interviewed Colin Albert?
Trooper Zachary Clark.
Are you aware of Sergeant Mechanic getting screenshots from both Colin Albert and from Miss Allie McCabe in relation to text communications they had about picking up Colin Albert from 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about Miss McCabe's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as any material on that phone, are you an expert when it comes to cell phone abstractions and what different material may mean within a Cellbrite abstraction?
No, that's left to Trooper Garino in our office.
Are you aware of reports regarding those searches from Trooper Nicholas Garino, a Miss Jessica Hyde, and a Mr. Ian Whip?
I am aware of those, yes.
And those are people who are experts. Those are people who have special knowledge or specialized knowledge as it relates to Cellbrite technology that you do not, correct?
Objection. Form of the question, sustained.
What, if any, knowledge are you aware of Trooper Nicholas Carino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen having with respect to Cellbrite or cell phone technology that you do not have?
Objection. Allowing it under building.
May we approach?
Sure.
You are.
Holy. Come on. Right? Yeah, exactly. Like an amazing selective memory. Like I was just saying, like he's remembering down to the minute right now, down to the bloody minute. It's blowing me away. Thanks for stopping in, James. Have a good sleep. Great night. About another hour. This is getting crazy. Good idea. Not Lally or his goon. Oh my God. I can't get over this. I really can't. The shit show that it is Bev's court.
You are
What?
you are unmuted.
Oh, he's
Procedure.
red. His ears are red.
As far as you're aware that Trooper Nicholas Carino, Miss Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen have all looked at Mr. McCabe's cell bright and extraction information, correct?
Yes.
And their knowledge, their specialized knowledge in regard to those areas exceeds your own, correct?
Yes.
Everything's red, but his spot in the top of his head.
Now, as far
Does
as
that
your
work?
conversations with Kevin Al, how would you characterize those in relation to this investigation?
They had nothing to do with this investigation. Like I said, we were working a cold case together. We also work on other cases together that, unattended deaths that I'll respond to a potential suicide or an overdose in the town of Canton that I'll respond to. But the topic of our conversations were in regards to the cold case or unresolved case that we're working together.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
The documents I did the other day. You recognize that?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Text communication with Kevin Albert.
And sir, if I could direct your attention to debate stamp pages of 2600 and 2601.
Yes, sir.
Now, in regards to activities on that particular date, you had indicated that you had conversations with Kevin Albert about working a cold case from the town of Canton, correct?
Yes.
And specifically on that date, where did the two of you go?
I recall going down to the Cape to at least interview at least one person of interest.
And that was down in the town of Sandwich, to be specific, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in reference to Kevin Albert leaving his badge in your car, you recall that?
I do.
If I could direct your attention to page 2602. And what, if any, text communication is contained on that page as far as you asking Kevin Albert any questions about his address?
After I informed Kevin Albert I had located his badge, I follow up, what's your address? I will drop it off after the gym.
So you're asking his address because you don't know his address, correct?
Correct.
Sustained.
Why are you asking for his address?
I've never been to his house and I don't know where he lives.
You're so close with him that you don't know where his house is, correct?
Sustained.
It's true, Dandy.
Yes.
No more questions? Sit down. We're done with you, Lolly. You're not fixing this. Oh my word.
You were asking questions about ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. O'Keefe's home, is that correct?
Yes.
And to be clear, did you delete any ring videos from Mr. O'Keefe's account, either on his app, on his phone, or from the materials that you received pursuant to the search?
Absolutely not.
Oh, yeah.
Now, when you saw that there were ring videos missing from times that you expected videos to be, specifically what I'm asking about is Ms. Reed or the defendant's arrival at the home after leaving Fairview Road, and Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, and the defendant's departure from One Meadows to Fairview Road later on that morning. What did you do?
I reached out to Ring several different times. They informed me if a video is deleted, there's no digital footprint of that. It's essentially kind of gone forever.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, other additional steps did you take to try to retrieve that video? Was there a second search warrant, sir?
Yes.
You were looking for additional information from that same ring video, correct?
Objection sustained.
What, if anything, were you looking for in that second search?
There's additional video.
Now, you were asked some questions about notes from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Correct.
As far as that 0041 note, do you know what that means?
That just tells me it's a time.
And do you know specifically whether or not that is something that Trooper DeChico saw or something that Trooper DeChico was looking for?
That's something Trooper DeChico could answer for.
I may have just a moment.
Yes.
You're done now, Lolly? Come on.
So you were asked some questions
Jesus.
about Sallyport video at Canton Police Station, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived at the Sallyport garage of the Canton Police Station sometime around or shortly after 5:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
Now, that 5:30 p.m. time, is that before or after 5:07 a.m.?
After.
And 5:07 a.m. is when the Exhibit 6, video number, I believe, 153, with the defendant backing out of the garage, where you testified on Monday, you observed some damage to the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And you're aware of some other ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house showing the defendant, Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, arriving at his house, in which you can see damage to the right passenger taillight, correct?
So where's
Correct.
the rest of the
You're aware
video?
of a cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Station, police department,
Jeez.
specifically Lieutenant Ray, going to One Meadows Ave at 8:22 in the morning on the 29th,
Yes.
in which you can also observe damage to the taillight.
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
As far as 8:22 in the morning, what, if any, video from One Meadows Avenue are you aware of depicting the defendant's taillight?
Canton Police Department went to conduct a well-being check, and on the dash cruiser camera, you can see the back of Miss Reed's vehicle and the right taillight to be broken and missing pieces.
Yeah.
And as far as your time at the home in Dayton, the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, was towed from that location on that day, correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, video are you aware of from that driveway, which depicts the right rear passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle?
Yeah, as the vehicle's being put on the tow truck, you can make out that there's some pieces missing.
Now, sir, if I could turn you back to those text messages with your friends, January 29th, 2022. With that time in mind, at that point in time, well, let me ask before, as far as all those other videos that we talked to, all of those videos precede your time in the Sallyport garage at 5:30 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Now, with reference to, you mentioned in your testimony the other day, earlier, that at some point in time later in the day or early in that evening, you had met for a debriefing with yourself and the other troopers involved in the investigation on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
So fair to say the information that had been collected by yourself and the other troopers on January 29th, you had that in mind, or you were aware of that when you were involved in these text communications with your friends, correct?
Yes.
And so were you, at that time that you're texting with your friends, you had seen the
Battery low.
Correct. Yes.
and you had seen the damage to the taillight, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had conducted a search around 34 Fairview and recovered Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker and a taillight.
Objection.
Sustained is to form.
What, if anything, were you aware of in regard to Lieutenant Tully doing with the CERT team at 34 Fairview earlier that day?
Detective Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team conducted a search, discovered several pieces of broken taillight pieces, as well as Mr. O'Keefe's missing shoe.
And the shoe that Lieutenant Tully and the CERT team had retrieved, what, if anything, did you observe in relation to that and the shoe that you and Sergeant Mechanic had retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yeah, they were matched. They were both black Nike sneakers with the white logo.
Can't trust
Now,
anything
you
out
had
of you,
talked
though.
to first responders, correct?
Yes,
And that included firefighter Flamati,
correct.
and that included Sergeant Good.
Yes,
You had done interviews with regard to Brian Albert, correct?
yes,
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
correct.
Matthew McCabe, correct?
Yes,
The defendant
yes,
and other troopers from your unit had also interviewed Kerry Roberts, correct?
yes,
So you're aware of statements that were attributed by Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe to the defendant as far as what she told them earlier that morning?
yes,
And you're aware of statements that Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts had made to the troopers in regard to what they had observed that morning?
yes,
Now, were you aware that both Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts indicated in interviews on January 29th that when they had got to 34 Fairview Road, they could not see Mr. O'Keefe's body? However, the defendant sort of bolted out of the backseat of the vehicle directly over to Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Objection.
No doubt.
You can ask that differently, Mr. Lally.
With respect to the statements from Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts in regard to their arrival at 34 Fairview around 6 a.m. in the morning, what, if anything, stood out to you or were you aware of in relation to those statements?
Yeah, from those statements, as Miss Roberts was driving down Fairview, Miss McCabe was in the passenger seat, Miss Reed was in the back. Obviously, whiteout conditions as they're coming down like that slight hill, getting just before the left side of the property. Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts indicated that. Miss Reed said, "There he is. I see him. I see him." And Miss McCabe, Miss Roberts didn't know what Miss Reed was talking about. They stopped the car. Miss Reed ran directly over to John O'Keefe's body. And even when Miss Reed had exited the vehicle, Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts still didn't know what was going on and what she was running to.
What is that? That's what you
Now,
got?
were you aware from your conversation
That's
with
what you
Firefighter
got?
Flamati that the defendant had stated, I hit him in the presence of Firefighter Flamati earlier that morning?
Yes.
And were you also aware of statements the defendant made to other first responders about her being or getting into an argument with Mr. O'Keefe as she was dropping him off at 34 Fairview,
Oh, my word.
indicating the last time she saw him?
Later on in subsequent interviews.
So at the time that you're sending these text communications within this group chat in the later part of the evening of January 29th, 2022, what is it that you did know in relation to your investigation with regard to Ms. Reed, the defendant, and or anyone else?
All right. So we knew the last person seen with Mr. O'Keefe alive was Miss Reed. We knew they were traveling to Fairview Road. Witnesses stated they saw a SUV out front of the house. It went from one side to the other. Miss McCabe was texting John, parked behind me, things of that nature. John never went into the house. And then the following morning, Miss Reed, Miss Roberts, and Miss McCabe located Mr. O'Keefe in the front lawn. I observed those injuries at the hospital. The one sneaker. Later on in the day, the CERT team, along with Detective Lieutenant Tully, found broken taillight pieces that matched Miss Reed's taillight, as well as the missing sneaker that matched Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Some inconsistent statements that Miss Reed had provided to Sergeant Mechanic and I. Yeah.
You can't repair this.
So at the time that you made those comments, disparaging comments in regard to Ms. Reed in the context of those communications with your friends, as inexcusable, as unprofessional as those comments are, the information you had was that Ms. Reed had struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Yeah, you've got to watch the form, Mr. Lally. It's sustained.
time that you made those inexcusable and unprofessional comments, what did you believe the defendant had done to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe, based on all the physical evidence and facts,
Oh,
Mr. O'Keefe got
my.
out of that vehicle holding that cocktail glass he walked out of the Waterfall bar with. Miss Reed pulled ahead and then backed into him, struck him with her vehicle, and then left.
Yeah.
Then came back 5.5 hours later, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing further.
Jackson?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So you think that your assessment, personal assessment, that Karen Reed had struck this officer with a car, gave you license to call her a cunt,
Objection.
I'll allow it.
right?
Based on the evidence, sir, my motions got the best of me, so it was in poor taste. Yes, it was it was inappropriate, juvenile, but it was my motions that gotten the best of me.
And you called her a whack job. Gave you license to call her that too.
Yes,
Gave you license to say to your friends, oh, no. She's fucked, right?
that's what I wrote.
Gave you license to say that she's a retard.
Again, another disgusting comment.
Sir, you had an agenda from moment one, did you not?
Objection.
Sustain.
Did you have an agenda?
Objection.
Sustain. Same question.
Thought it was a good one the first time. So the fact that you believe personally that your narrative was she hit him with a car, you get to talk about her leaky balloon knot, right?
Objection.
Sustain.
It's true, though.
You indicated
Get him, Jackson.
cross-examination that you saw a video at 8:22 a.m. with some damage to Ms. Reed's right rear taillight, correct?
Yes,
8:22 before or after 5:07 a.m.?
after.
You also said that you had no idea where Kevin Albert lived, right?
Correct.
But you did say about getting his badge to him after that drunken night with him, that you just leave it in your mailbox, right?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, my mailbox.
Yeah. So he obviously knew where you lived.
Yes.
Hmm.
And then you said, there's no evidence whatsoever, your words, no evidence whatsoever. You talked about Brian Albert, Brian Higgins, Colin Albert, no evidence whatsoever that they were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
But Trooper Proctor, you're the one responsible for gathering the evidence, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Right?
I am one part of a greater group of detectives that gathers evidence. I'm just one part of that unit.
You're the pointy end of the spear, aren't you?
Objection.
Sustain.
You're the case officer, the lead detective, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the fox guarding the hen house, isn't it?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Jackson. Do you have anything else? All right, Trooper, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, jurors.
Thank you, jurors. What? What the hell? Thank you, jurors.
Witness, Mr. Young.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth call Lieutenant Brian Tully to the stand.
Holy. Yeah, a complete dickwad, Carrie. A complete dickwad. Yep. Baboon. Oh my God, man. Who you got? What kind of special dudes up now?
Case down here is for the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take this.
Yes, sir.
Jesus, Gordon Murphy.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Brian Tully, Tully,
Well, hello there.
with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a member of the state police?
18 years.
And what rank or assignment do you currently have with the Mass State Police?
The rank I hold is Detective Lieutenant, and my current role is the Unit Commander for the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit.
And now, how long have you been, let me ask you first, as far as, how long have you been a lieutenant of the state police?
I was a first lieutenant in 2021, and then I attained the rank of Detective Lieutenant later in 2021.
And with reference to your current unit, how long have you been a member of that?
I've been with the Norfolk State Police Detective Unit for 12 years.
And prior to and throughout the course of your work within the detective unit, the Norfolk DA's office for the state police, what, if any, specialized training have you received and or given in regard to investigations and how they're conducted?
For the first 10 years as the rank of trooper and sergeant, I was on the homicide section of the unit. When first entering the unit, I received instruction on how to conduct homicide and death investigations. In addition to that, I attended over 200 hours of specialized training in the use of cell phones and cell phone technology in the furtherance of criminal investigations. Further on, I have now been an instructor about cell phones and cell phone technology in criminal investigations. I've taught death investigation classes around the Commonwealth, and as well as search and seizure law in Massachusetts.
Well.
Now, if I could ask you just with respect to your units,
How
if you could explain
do
to the
they
jury
even
sort of
recover
what's your
after
role and what does
Proctor?
your unit do with respect to
How do they
death
even
investigations,
recover now?
within Norfolk County?
So each district attorney's office has a state police detective unit assigned to it. So Mass General Law, Section 38, Section 4 says that the district attorney is in charge of all death investigations. So if someone passes away, essentially not in the presence of a doctor, or the circumstances that led to their death was outside the presence of medical care, the district attorney is in charge of the investigation, or their representative. And so each DA has a state police detective unit assigned to them to act as their representative. In certain jurisdictions like Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the DAs in those counties have said that those local departments can be their representatives, but throughout the Commonwealth, the state police is the DA's representative in those death investigations.
Now, as far as assignments go, or as far as how is it that, well, as far as how an investigation is run, how is it that a call comes in? If you could take the jury through sort of from the time that a call comes in, how that investigation is.
I'll talk in a typical state. Oftentimes, someone passes away, again, not in the presence of a doctor, gets found by somebody, a loved one, a friend, a passerby. They call 911, which gets routed to the local police, who respond and come to learn that someone has passed away in the circumstance. That police department will then call the troop headquarters on the state police. The state police is cut up in different troops by geographic location. Each troop duty lieutenant would have a list of who the on-call person is for the state police detective unit of jurisdiction. They would then call that trooper or sergeant directly to inform them that there's a death in a certain community and give them a telephone number to contact somebody who's directly on scene to get more information.
Now, as far as your role as sort of the supervisor or the lieutenant in charge of the unit, can you describe to the jury sort of what your role is in regard to those investigations?
So within the detective unit, we have the homicide section, a narcotics section does narcotics investigations, and a special investigation section. So specific to the homicide section, there are certain levels of supervision. We have a sergeant assigned to the homicide section. I have an executive officer who's a lieutenant, and then me. So multiple levels of supervision specific to any of the sections, including the homicide section.
Now, turning your attention to January 29th.
Yeah, you're right. Here we go again.
Morning, with regard to a
Oh my word, he
death with
does,
County.
Ruthie.
Yes.
And what, if any, when did you become aware and how did you become aware initially of what had transpired?
Shortly after 7 a.m. that date, I received a call from Sergeant Yuri Buchanan informing me that a person by the name of John O'Keefe was found unresponsive in Canton. He was transported to Good Samaritan Hospital, where it was expected he was not to survive. Normally, I would not get a call like that. But we learned that Mr. O'Keefe was an active Boston police officer. Sergeant Buchanan wanted to make me aware of it at that point.
And so then what happened from there as far as your unit involved?
So as we learned more information about what was found on scene by the Canton Police Department, Trooper Proctor, who was the on-call the on-call trooper that day on the schedule, and Sergeant Buchanan responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation. And they would keep me updated as they learned more information.
Now, as far as your unit is concerned, what, if any, role does your unit have, or what, if any, jurisdiction does your unit have with relation to any kind of death, whether it be homicide, suicide, unattended death, within the confines of Norfolk County?
We have exclusive jurisdiction by law, but the law also suggests that we need to work with the local police departments as well.
And so how is it that typically in a typical investigation that your unit would work in conjunction with the local police departments in relation to a death investigation?
Their detective unit would be involved if they have one, and some departments in Norfolk County don't. They would stand by to wait for our arrival. There'd be constant communication between the responding trooper and the detective on scene about things that need to be done prior to our arrival, but essentially ask for or wait for our guidance on what to do next.
And as far as certain investigations go, are there decisions sometimes that are made with regard to your involvement or maybe your unit not being involved in a death investigation?
Yes.
And how are those determinations made, and who makes those determinations?
It falls to either the person who's on call or their supervisor. We don't respond to all of those calls. So a police officer may call and say that a woman in her 80s has passed away in bed overnight. Her primary care doctor has said that she's struggled with cancer or treatment, and that doctor is willing to sign a death certificate. In those circumstances, it's not suspicious. It's not a suicide or a fatal opiate overdose. We would not respond in that case. That would be one that we would decline. In other circumstances, we may get the call and then learn that the person's going to survive, and so we will not respond. We typically will mirror what the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. If they're involved, then we'll definitely be involved.
Now, turning to that point, as far as the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner is concerned, in any sort of death investigation that your unit is involved in, what, if any, involvement or communication do troopers from your unit or yourself have with the Office of the Chief Medical?
We have constant communication. The law that I cited also says that the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner has exclusive jurisdiction as well to determine the cause and manner of death. So we work closely hand in hand to figure out the circumstances that led to the death.
Now, as far as working close hand in hand with the medical examiner's office, what does that sort of typically entail?
Takes a turn of phone calls. We'll call in and speak to the intake person or the on-call doctor to tell them what we've learned or what we're observing. We forward reports in every case to the doctor so they understanding at least what we learned in the first 24 hours. Doctors will often reach back out to us asking for scene photographs, more reports, ask questions. And in instances where it's a suspicious death, we will send an investigator to the autopsy to stand with the doctor to make observations and answer any questions for the doctor.
Now, as far as the determinations that are ultimately come to by the medical examiner,
in the ghetto.
Lieutenant, as far as any determinations that are made with reference to either cause or manner in any instance with the medical examiner, what, if any, role do you or anyone from your unit have with regard to that decision by the medical examiner?
We have little to no role outside of providing information.
And as far as the determination specifically, whether it's manner or cause, what, if any, impact does that have with regard to any death investigation that you do?
Well, the cause will give us a big incident. So we want to know if the person died of a heart attack or if they died of a gunshot wound. That's big when it comes to then making charging decisions about circumstances. So it's important to learn the cause, and to get the doctor's input on the manner is also helpful.
But as far as the manner, if the manner is found to be undetermined, would that impact what you've learned through the rest of the course of your investigation as far as charging goes?
No, that determination by the OCME is often in the early stages of investigation. And as we learn more information, the circumstances can change.
And the determination that is made by the medical examiner, that's strictly from a medical perspective, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regards to January 29th, 2022, and this call that is initially received, Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic then essentially respond to the Canton Police Department first, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as your role as it pertains to this or any other investigation, how much involvement do you have, or how are you sort of apprised of what's going on?
Sergeant Mechanic, in this case and in typical cases, he's keeping me updated by telephone, so I can supervise from anywhere with my cell phone. He's giving me updates about what he's learning. We will discuss what the next steps should be. And that's what transpired over the morning of January 29th.
Now, over the course of the morning of January 29th, what, if any, conversations did you have with relation to Canton Police Department's involvement or ongoing or further involvement with regard to this investigation?
I had spoken with the acting chief at the time, the current chief, the chief at the time, Kenneth Berkowitz, about the involvement in the Canton Police Department. We talked about the homeowner at 34 Fairview and his relationship to his department. And because of the appearance of a conflict, we had made a decision that the Canton Police was going to take a step back from the investigation and that the state police would do the investigation without them.
Now, as far as that appearance of a conflict or step back, as you termed it, what was your understanding at that time as far as what the role of the Canton Police would be?
Really to provide support. So anytime we're in a local community, we need the support of the local police. If we're going to start knocking on doors, we want to make sure they're aware or present. They have resources in town, whether it be lights or barriers that we may need to access. So I would define it as a support role.
There you go.
Now, with respect to those
How do you
conversations
support
you
that
mentioned that you had
shit
yourself
show?
and what your then acting, the then current chief, Kenneth Berkowitz, who, if anyone else, was involved in those conversations?
The district attorney.
That would be Mr. Morrissey, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that abnormal for him to be involved in conversations in regard to the police department and any sort of appearance of conflict?
No, it's not abnormal for him to be involved.
And as far as his involvement in his conversations, as far as you're aware, did they evolve, or were they any greater or less than the conversations that you had with Chief Berkowitz?
No, they were the same conversations.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant. At some point over the course of this case, or at some point over the course of this investigation, did you become aware of certain text messages on Trooper Proctor's personal phone?
Yes.
And upon your being made aware of those text communications, what, if anything, did you as a supervisor, what, if anything, did you do?
I had a long discussion with him about the content and nature of them. I expressed my displeasure as unprofessionalism and the content of them, and then I reported up my chain of command.
Was he admonished in any way?
He was by me at that conversation, yes.
Now, sir, again, just sort of in general terms, you're familiar with this investigation as you're supervising the unit that was investigating it, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it typical practice in conducting homicide or death investigations as far as civilian
probably right
to seize their personal cell
phone? It's not uncut. It happens. Yes.
And is that a practice that occurs with respect to every single witness in every single case?
No.
And so what are sort of the parameters, or what would be some of the reasons that certain civilian witnesses' cell phones would be seized versus others?
Well, you use the word seize. So when I think of the word seize, I'm thinking in the legal context where I think there's probable cause to believe, more likely than not, there's evidence of the crime I'm investigating held within the data of that phone. Sometimes if we believe there's information on the phone, we may ask for consent for that one specific thing or for that one specific reason. But outside of that, unless I have that belief there's data on a phone, I won't ask for consent or seize a phone and pursue a search warrant.
Now, are you aware of certain cell phones that were either seized or granted access to consent in relation to this investigation?
Yes.
And specifically, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was taken into custody, correct?
Yes.
And the defendant's phone was taken into custody on January 29th as well.
Yes.
Now, as far as civilians, there were two civilian witnesses whose phones were given via consent and then extracted, that being a Jennifer McCabe and a Terry Roberts, correct?
Yes.
And so why was it that Ms. McCabe's phone and Ms. Roberts' phone was taken?
I know, it's hard to listen
Some other
to.
witnesses.
They had information relative to the actions of Ms. Reed and the communications with specifically those two individuals on the morning of the 29th. So we wanted to memorialize them and save them.
Now, sir, with respect to your involvement on January 29th, where and when did you sort of leave and become involved in the investigation beyond sort of a supervisor?
Shortly after noontime, we had learned more information that necessitated a broader search. So I had reached out to Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara with the State Police CERT team to assist with processing of a scene. And so since we were going to be processing a scene, it was prudent for me to leave my house, dig out, and drive to Canton.
Sir, with respect to, you mentioned dig out from your house. What were the conditions like around the time that you were leaving?
There's probably 8 to 10 inches at the house. So I had to dig out my driveway and the large snowbank at the end of the driveway that's caused by the plow in order to get a vehicle out and head to Canton.
We've seen the amount of snow that was there. Good God, people.
I first went to the Canton Police Department to talk to Chief Berkowitz and wait for the arrival of the CERT team, and then to 34 Fairview.
And as far as the CERT team was concerned, if you can, explain to the jury sort of the process from your perspective, from your end, as far as activating the CERT team, what it is that they do and why you had requested.
We work with Lieutenant O'Hara frequently. I called him on a cell phone, and the CERT team is out of a different chain of command. So the state police is a very paramilitary organization with specific chains of commands with different structures. So I reached out to him and asked for his assistance with this investigation. He had to get further approval up his chain of command, mostly for overtime and to pay the troopers to come out. That would be the way that I would make a formal request to the CERT team.
And so the initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, you don't have the power or the authority to sort of direct him to dispatch his team and go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
And so as far as that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara, do you know about what time of the day that was?
It was about 2 in the afternoon.
And what was the purpose of sort of that initial phone call that you made to Lieutenant O'Hara?
To give him a heads up, because it needs to be a conversation up my chain of command. So above me, there's a detective captain and a major. My major needs to really talk to his major to make the formal request. But I wanted Lieutenant O'Hara to be aware of the request was coming so that he could at least start polling his people to see who was available to respond to Canton.
And with respect to the weather, if you could just in general terms describe for the jury sort of what you observed as far as the weather conditions on that day.
I observed blizzard-like conditions. It was snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
John, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a series of documents. Just ask if you could look at those, look up when finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
They are certified records from the U.S. Department of Commerce out of Asheville, North Carolina, for weather reports from Norwood Memorial Airport in Massachusetts, for the dates of January 2022 and February 2022.
So for the entirety of the months of January 2022 as well as February 2022, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the Norwood Municipal Airport and where it is in relation to the town of Canton?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's the next town over.
And as far as, are you familiar with a Neponset Street in Norwood?
I am.
And does Neponset Street also carry into the town of Canton as well?
Yes.
And with regard to 34 Fairview Road, about how far away is 34 Fairview from Neponset Street?
From the Ponza Street, it's a mile, 2 miles.
It's
relatively same geographic
Oh,
area
Marty.
as far as the Norwood Municipal Airport and 34 Fairview Road.
Yeah, I would say as the crow flies from 34 Fairview to Norwood Municipal Airport, that's probably 3 miles.
And sir,
Oh
with
my
regard
God.
to the records for you,
This
your
is
memory of that,
painful.
those dates and those times in January and February 2022, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the weather was like, temperature-wise as well as precipitation?
Yes.
Well, there you go.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Come off the seat to introduce the minutes.
Now do you understand anything?
Holy. I just can't. Like, are you kidding me? Frankie's Weather Channel, right? It's driving me crazy. I don't know about you guys, but now I don't want to even listen to this verbal diarrhea. We've heard so much BS coming from the opposition. It's like, oh my God. I don't know that I can trust anyone I am listening to at this point. It just Proctor, that was bad. That was so bad. Oh my God, you guys. Yep, we're done. I mean, how do you even take these guys serious now? You know, the crap that has come out. Like, what the hell is Proctor? Like, what a pig. I'm sorry, it wasn't right. No, it wasn't right of me. It was, because she had done this.
You are unmuted.
Well, by that point, you don't know. Even to this point, you don't know. And it doesn't even matter. Like, what a way to talk about a human. Just a pig. Gross individual.
And so, Lieutenant, at some point you respond to 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall about what time it was that you arrived there?
5:30 p.m.
There you go.
And when you arrived there, who, if
I
anyone
don't
else,
need to know
from
anything
the
else
state
because
police
you guys are
proceeded to
lying.
There was at least 2 members of the CERT team present, including Lieutenant O'Hara.
And if you recall, where were they located in relation to the residence?
They were directly in front of the residence.
It's
now, as
true.
far as,
Lindsay. It's like,
their search was concerned, how was a determination made, or
Wow.
if anyone made a determination as far as where they were going to search?
So typically when I work with Lieutenant O'Hara, I kind of give him direction. So in this case specifically, I learned from Sergeant Buchanan that Mr. O'Keefe was found in an area between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. So we concentrated that area. And so I talked to Lieutenant O'Hara that this is going to be our parameters. And he instructed his people how to deploy or to that area.
Deploy.
Now, sir, as far as beyond sort of directing as far as an area is concerned, what, if any, other involvement do you typically have when it comes to the CERT team and how they conduct their search?
They're professionals with expertise in that. So essentially, I just point them in the direction, and it's up to them to figure out how to deploy it and get the mission done.
And so what, if any, involvement do you have as far as when they begin and
Oh my God.
involved, or when they end, or anything like that?
I'll have some consultation with Lieutenant O'Hara, but it's really his call to make.
And as far as this particular search on January 29th, do you know how many members of the search team eventually responded and how the search was conducted?
There were 7 members. Most, if not all, had typical snow shovels, and they used those shovels to systematically go through the snowbank that was in front of 34 Fairview within these 2 parameters.
And
Before or after the leaf blower, sir?
Now, as far as where they were searching, can you describe sort of the road conditions as far as snow removal
I know.
had concerned, or
I hear you.
precipitation amounts were concentrated with respect to the road?
So the road was only plowed really right down the middle. Barely 2 vehicles could get by at a time. The snowbanks on either side of the road were protruding into the road. So that was kind of the snow setup. Our cruisers were just kind of buried in snowbanks a little bit down the road
Right.
as we excavated this.
And sir, as far as this search was concerned, what, if any, information did you provide to Lieutenant O'Hara as far as items being searched for, or what was he directed to be looking for?
There were 2 items specifically. We were looking for potential pieces of a taillight of a vehicle and a shoe.
And as far as a shoe and potential pieces of a taillight, where did that information come from, or why were those the items that were being looked for?
Relative to the shoe, when Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor responded to Good Samaritan Hospital and collected the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, they realized that there was only 1 shoe present at the hospital. They had contacted the Canton EMS and other people who cared for him, and they'd learned that a shoe wasn't removed at the scene, and that when Canton Fire and EMS arrived, Mr. O'Keefe only had 1 shoe on. So it was important to locate that second shoe. Relative to the taillight, we had gotten information that witnesses stated that Miss Reed's vehicle had a broken taillight, and so we were looking for evidence of it being broken at that location.
And with respect to the search that was conducted by Lieutenant O'Hara and members of the search team, where was that in relation to either the roadway or the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Well, as we were excavating this, or as they were excavating this snowbank in front of it, we realized that the snowbank protruded about 3 feet into the roadway. So as they were moving this first part of the snowbank, we're essentially shoveling the road. And so as they continued on there, they would then hit the curb area.
And as far as beyond the curb area, as far as grass or the front lawn, was the search team members, from your observation, able to go beyond the curb into the front lawn area?
No, they're having difficulty shoveling with plastic snow shovels onto the lawn, from the lawn.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Lieutenant Tully, with respect to the search team and their search, what, if anything?
That's almost the way it looked.
Their efforts as far as any items that were recovered.
I took photographs of items that were eventually found in place.
Mr. Lally.
And documented them in a report, and they were collected in evidence bags.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, we've seen what your evidence bags look like.
I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
So I would like to see a picture of the actual bag.
Jurors, we'll be stopping at 4 today. Okay.
No, Lizzie, you don't have to do that all the time. I promise. Okay. Get down.
And sir, with respect to
No, it did not.
two, direct your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 111.
No, it did not.
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
The photographs that I took that afternoon.
May I approach this to retrieve, Your Honor?
It looked brand new.
Your Honor, I don't want to belabor the point, but if I could just publish just a couple of these exhibits.
Okay.
Lieutenant.
Okay. Lolly baby.
And Ms. Gilman, if
Man
I
of
could
my
have,
dreams.
Exhibit 11.
This is the last
Lieutenant,
one.
there should be a laser pointer on the desk for you. If I could ask, first of all, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 111?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The front of 34 Fairview Road in Canton and the flagpole I previously mentioned.
And And if you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this exhibit.
So this picture was taken to memorialize this piece of red plastic here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit 114. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 114?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed there.
It's that same previously mentioned red plastic. The purposes of the multiple photographs, I'll take one as overalls, and as I get closer, I'll take more photographs to give better context.
And these photographs of these items, were they taken, the items that you're photographing, were they moved in any way prior to you memorializing them with photographs?
Yes, this piece in particular, a CERT team member, as he was removing the snow with the shovel, had picked up this piece of plastic with it. I asked him to place it back where he found it, where it approximately was, so that I could memorialize it in place.
Oh, they picked it up and brought it to you. Oh my
Yes.
God.
Gilman, if I could have exhibit 117. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 117?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
Members of the CERT team doing their excavation of the snowbank.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit.
It's true. Yeah, it's exactly true.
Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 120?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
A black Nike sneaker with a white sole that was recovered in the snowbank.
And at some point subsequent to this, what, if any, comparison did you do visually with the sneaker that you observed in this photograph with respect to the sneaker that was recovered from the Good Samaritan by Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan?
They matched both in make and model, size. The shoe that was recovered by the troopers at the hospital was a right sneaker. This one found was the left, or a left.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 127.
You feel like you're getting ahead
Again,
there,
sir, do you
Lolly?
recognize what's up there as 127?
Yes.
And if you
Not
could,
gonna happen,
using
bud.
that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in that photo.
A clear piece of plastic.
Now, with respect to this clear piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you observe or did you note of significance as far as the surface of that particular piece of clear plastic?
I noticed that it's curvature in shape, and there are raised dimples, for lack of a better term, that were along the outside of this piece of plastic, or on one side of it.
Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have, lastly, from this group, exhibit 131. And again, Lieutenant, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 131?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
That is a photograph that I took at 34 Fairview that depicts a red piece of plastic.
Mm-hmm. Why are the big pieces found last? That's what I want to know. There was a hell of a lot less snow. So why were the big pieces not found?
With respect to the items
I
that
have
were
questions.
observed and photographed by you on January 29th during the search team search, what happened with those items from the scene?
They were collected, placed in an evidence bag, and brought back to our offices to be secured.
And if you could, as far as the evidence sort of system is conducted with regard to this case and other cases and investigations within your unit, can you explain to the jury that process of sort of when an item is seen or an item of evidentiary value is seized, what happens?
First, to provide context, by policy, I am the evidence officer for the unit, and I have assistant evidence officers who assist me in the caretaking of the evidence. So we'll use this particular instance where evidence is collected at a scene, it's memorialized in place, placed in, if it's the right shape and the right condition, in a paper bag with some notes placed on the outside of the bag, transported to our office where it's secured either in a temporary locker or the permanent evidence area.
And as far as when it's taken into custody and put into a bag, what is sort of the protocol or the policies with regard to how that bag is marked or what is done with that bag once you have the item contained there?
There's certain piece of information that will typically go in the bag, the name of the person who is picking the evidence up, put in the bag, the date, time, location, a brief description of the evidence contained in the bag. It will then be taped, and initials will be placed on the tape to memorialize who did the taping and the date in which the taping occurred.
And as far as the supervisor, as far as evidence is concerned, you mentioned that there are some evidence officers who are assistants to you as the actual evidence officer.
Yes.
And at this time, in January 29, 2022, who were those evidence officers within your unit?
Relative to the homicide section, it was Trooper Jeff Kotkowski and Trooper David DeChico.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage at your office, can you explain to the jury sort of how that's managed, where it is, and how items are checked in to evidence once they're seen?
We have an evidence tracking system. So as evidence comes in, we place it into the system. A label will be created and placed on the outside with the case number and an item number specific to that bag. It will be placed into the evidence room, which is locked in 2 different methods and has an alarm code pad, and you need your ID pass to swipe in order to enter. And only certain members of the unit have access and know the code to the alarm. Me obviously being the one, and the 2 assistant evidence officers. And that's subject to inspection by the state police frequently.
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but at this time, it's essentially yourself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Kotkowski, who had access to that evidence storage area?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the remainder of the troopers within your unit, would they have access to that same evidence storage area?
No.
Now, with respect to your unit at this time, late January of 2022, how many troopers were in your unit or under your supervision in the detective unit at that time?
There were 13 under my supervision for the unit as a whole. Specific to the homicide section, there were 4 troopers and 1 sergeant.
And that number, as far as 4 troopers and 1 sergeant, is that sort of a typical number, a low number, high number?
Historically for Norfolk, that was a low number. We have since had more transfers come in to the unit.
And how many do you supervise within the homicide unit at this point?
1 sergeant and 7 troopers.
Now, with respect to the evidence storage area, is there sort of a temporary versus a permanent storage area contained within that locked and coded storage area?
Yes.
And can you describe sort of the difference between the 2 and how things are managed by either you or your assistants with regard to evidence within the locked storage area?
So because only essentially 3 people have access to the permanent storage area, if a member collects evidence and brings it back to the office and does not have access to the main storage area, we have another temporary storage area that is allowed by policy where they can then secure the evidence. The next available time, the person who has access to the main room will come in and transport that piece of evidence from the temporary area to the permanent area.
As far as that transportation or transmission from the temporary area to the permanent area, what, if any, sort of documentation is generated in regard into that?
There's no notation from one location to the other as allowed by policy.
And as far as when items are seized and when their labels are sort of printed in relation to those items, is that always done sort of simultaneously when the item comes in, or how is that typically done timing?
Well, same with the label printing system. So only the evidence officers have the ability to create the labels and put it into the system. So you need them to create the label. So if a member comes in, doesn't have access to that system, place it in temporary storage area at the next available opportunity for an evidence officer or the assistant evidence officer to arrive, know that there's evidence there and process it, place a label on it, and stick it in the permanent storage area.
Now, with respect to those items that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road at the roadway in front of it, where were those items located with respect to each other?
They were in total within a 5-foot area. So if you're looking at the house, from right to left was how they were found. First was that first picture you displayed, which was the red piece of plastic. About 3 feet from that was the Nike sneaker. About 1 or 2 feet to the left of that was the clear plastic, and just next to that was another piece of red plastic along the curb of the road.
And as far as those items that were recovered and bagged and placed in evidence on January 29th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
10 minutes, Lolly. See if you can make some headway.
Sir, I am presenting you a bag.
Brought my own.
Oh, how good of you.
Lieutenant, first, just with reference to the
Brought
item
my
I placed
own.
before you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you
'Cause
recognize?
I always
that
walk
is?
around with
The
rubber
bag
in my
that
pocket.
contains the left sneaker that was seized from 34 Fairview Road that day, outside the residence.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness.
Exactly.
Bag and display for the jury.
Yes.
Yeah. There's so many holes. I mean, you guys, I'm just super frustrated. It's like after listening to Proctor, the foul-mouthed pig that he is. Oh my God. And how handy this guy walks around with rubber gloves in his shoes. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, where he was found. Yep. And how did his cell phone get underneath him? Another question. How did that happen? Oh, so check out the bottom of this one, guys. It had what is that? Why so
Your Honor, the Commonwealth
fast?
seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay. Exhibit 569.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
The sole of that other shoe was like bleach white almost.
Do those without finish.
Oh, I don't know if there's
Do
anything
you
he can
recognize
do at
each of
this
those
point.
respective bags, sir?
Yes.
What do you recognize those to be?
The bags that contain the red and clear plastic pieces that were recovered from the roadway in front of 34 Fairview Road.
And sir,
More
if you could, just with
pieces.
respect, each of those bags reads what is listed as the description on the outside of the bag to the jury.
The description on this first one is pieces of clear hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And the second, please.
The description is pieces of red hard plastic tail light cover. Location 34 Fairview Road, Canton.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to open each of those bags and display the items to the jury.
Okay.
And sir, if I could ask you to start with the red plastic.
Okay.
It's not that hard, sir. You've got the tool. Oh, I know. It's like I say, Proctor did me in. Just a mess. I don't know why we're here or how she even got here. Hurry up, put them back in the bag really fast like you did the shoe. Fast.
On the Commonwealth to seek to introduce and admit those as the next exhibit.
All right, Mr. Jackson, they're coming in.
No objection. Thank you.
570.
Okay.
Now, Lieutenant, before we get to the next item before you, if I could just ask a couple questions in regard to the search. January 29, 2022, about what time is it that you arrive in the area of 34 Fairview?
About 5:30.
And had yourself or any members of your unit, to your knowledge, been at 34 Fairview at any point in time prior to your arrival there that day?
No.
Objection.
No, I'll allow it as to whether he knows whether they were, no.
And about how long was it that you were on scene at 34 Fairview that day?
About an hour.
Okay.
Now, with respect to when these items were found, do you know approximately what time the first item was located by a member of the search team?
Yes.
And what time was that?
5:45.
Now, with respect to at any point in time that you were on scene at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, 2022, was either Trooper Proctor or Sergeant Buchanan on scene at 34 Fairview while you were there?
No.
And with respect to around that time, as their supervisor, were you aware of where they were or their location at that time?
Yes.
And where was that?
They were following a tow truck that was towing Miss Reed's vehicle from Dayton to Canton.
Now, with respect to the vehicle and or the pieces of red and clear plastic that were found by the search team at 34 Fairview Road on January 29th, what, if any, conversation did you have with respect to Lieutenant O'Hara in regard to the vehicle and sort of the damage on it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Of course you will.
We wanted to know what we were looking for. Specifically, Lieutenant O'Hara wanted to know what are we looking for and what's the scope of the items we're looking for. So we had discussion about how much taillight we believed was missing from Miss Reed's vehicle, so that as we go along, we would know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
And so with respect to that, what, if anything, were you able to share with Lieutenant O'Hara with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle at that particular time?
I didn't have much information because it was still on a tow truck or being loaded up into the Canton Police Department at that time. So I didn't have any actual knowledge of how much taillight we're looking for.
And prior to you leaving from the scene at 34 Fairview Road, along with the search team on that date of January 29th, even at that time, did you know the full extent or how much taillight you were looking for at that time?
No.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just to, with the court's permission, Your Honor, may he remove the items from that second bag
Yes.
this morning?
So if this is on the 29th, how come they were still finding stuff later after this? Why were they finding this at all different times?
Lieutenant, from the two items that you have before you in your hand, you had met reference to one of those clear pieces having some sort of stippling or raised surfaces on it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you could just with your finger or just in some way delineate to the jury where you observed that to be.
So you can see it as you look through it. You can see almost bubbling of it. And as you run your finger along, you can feel indentations along there, as well as the ridges that are along the top end here that appear on both pieces.
Oh, Lord.
Lieutenant, if you could, you can place those items back in the bag.
Yeah, exactly.
And Your Honor, Commonwealth would seek to.
No, it really doesn't.
No objection.
Exhibit 571.
Your Honor, given the time and given where I am.
Why don't you come to Sade and say this?
And she's just going to call it, isn't she? It's 2 on the nose here, so 4 o'clock for her. And she doesn't like to work late. She doesn't like to work full weeks. She doesn't like to be on time. Good Lord. It does, Carrie. It just keeps getting weirder and weirder. Okay, so you found a couple pieces, but how come all of those other pieces were found after this? Make it make sense. Yeah. No, not good, not cool. How did this go from a crack at the beginning?
Rather than while we keep talking, I'm going to go ahead and send you home.
Exactly.
Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, read anything about the case, please let us know. We'll see you tomorrow. So tomorrow will be 9 to 4, 9 to 4:30. We hope to get started right away, okay? Detective Lieutenant, I'm just going to ask you to file out after the jury.
Yes, sir. Is leaving your notebooks on your chairs. All rise. Jury out. Jurors follow me, please. You may be seated.
What was that look for? What was that look for? Okay, Turtle Boy. You're done in the courtroom for the day. This is the strangest damn case, I tell you what. That was an interesting little transaction between Brother Paul there and his wife. Interesting. Come on. So what do you think, guys? Did that just blow you out of the water this morning? Well, good part of the day anyways. I just don't know how he's going to get back on track. Done like dinner. All right. Bev wants out. Just wow. Okay, well, court is adjourned. I don't even know what to say. What a disaster. What a disaster. Well, keep bringing them up, Lolly, because you're not making any headway. Proctor did you in. I do believe if you were even hanging on by a thread, I think that thread is like gone. So, guys, let me know what you think. I mean, that was a holy hate day. Holy hell, holy hell. So, thank you very much for hanging out with me. We're going to do this again tomorrow morning. And yeah, don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. And we'll see you very soon in the next one. Bye.
dun 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 dun.